And we're on the air. Hi, and welcome to episode 9 of Peas on a Pod. I'm here with Peter.
Hello.
And Nico, our guest.
Hello.
So Nico has been brought in from Sydney to talk to Peter, who's in Adelaide, and myself, who's in Melbourne. I'm Paul. And we're going to ask him about his thoughts on what's going on in the world at the moment. It's currently the 2nd of October, 2021.
So what did we? So we were what were we going to start with? Gladys.
Well, I mean,
resigning.
tell us who you are. Who are you? Who the fuck are you?
I guess. Well, I'm living in Sydney in this tyranny, as you are in Melbourne. But I'm from England, and you're in Adelaide. I don't know what it's like in Adelaide. I'm guessing it's a bit more. It's
great.
It's a bit more tame. But I'm originally from England. I've been here nearly 10 years.
So you're about to reach citizenship.
Well, let's see if this call doesn't get monitored, and then I'll yeah, I mean,
It's more than a call. We're going to put this out permanently for all investigative.
Maybe change my name.
Well, what is your name again?
Well, I mean, my name's Nico, but let's just leave it at that.
You didn't want to ask your surname or anything?
No.
All right.
It's getting that bad.
Right.
Well, I mean, at least in my mind.
Okay. And so what would you say you excel at or do or strive to become? Or
let's keep this about what's going on in the world. I don't want to sit there and
let's
into
do
my
that.
whole.
Can we put some synthetic voiceover?
Gladys.
Yeah, start with Gladys. Go on. That's a good.
Go ahead. Point. Go tell us who is this Gladys?
Well, we spoke about it on the phone, right? So you are.
Okay, so we don't need to cover it anymore because now we're on the air.
No, we need to cover it, but I mean, you need to. You started by asking me questions before, so just ask me the same ones you were asking me before.
Okay. What's your name again? No. Tell us, who is Gladys?
Okay, so she's the New South Wales Premier, right? So she just resigned at the peak of the pandemic, and she's resigned because I'm not exactly entirely sure of all the details, but it was some corruption scandal called Cash for Cuddles, and I think it was a year ago or 2 years ago it all started, and it was basically.
I think it was a bit longer. I believe it was about like 2016. I think.
Yeah, but the actual kind of it all leaked out.
The actual
last
payments.
year.
Right.
Yeah, it all kind of got leaked out last year. But yeah, you're right. It started it all began in 2016. Correct me if I'm wrong on anything. But what was it? So she had a boyfriend at the time who had what the company it was which company he's got? Like in what relation?
Yeah, it was no. So he was like he had a political standing up in, was it Tamworth? Gosh, I hope
he was actually a politician as well. So he had some company that was going to.
Of course he did as well.
He was going to get $8 million to do some kind of scheme related to the government.
Two different businesses.
That's it. Yeah, and basically. He just
they got government funding. They got government funding. Shuffled that way.
Yeah.
Shuffled that
That's
way.
it.
But yeah, like you said, the details haven't come out yet. So that's like, it's all speculation and it's all just whatever at the moment.
The figure I heard was $8 million.
Right.
Which come on, it's not like that's not just a few $100,000. It's $8 million.
Indeed.
I saw some soundbite of her in Parliament talking with some other politician, and she was basically bringing up exactly the same kind of scenario with this other politician who got busted. And then some other politician went on the mic and said, "Well, the fact that you're bringing this up, and your boyfriend just got $8 million or something like that." So now it's kind of all
just
come
excuse
down.
me. I'm really sorry to interrupt. I said Tamworth before. It was Wagga Wagga.
Wagga Wagga, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
Excuse me for that. I really, yeah, I didn't mean that. Yeah.
Well, I
Just,
mean, in my mind, with everything that's going on, the fact that this started in 2016, that it came out a few years ago, and now it's all she's doing the whole stepping down thing. In my mind, that's just a whole ploy, because
she just found out
happen,
on Thursday. She just found out on Thursday, and then she resigned the next day. That's what happened.
Yeah, but she didn't have to resign. What I mean is, if she resigns
that's
now,
that's a protocol, because she asked other people to step down while they're under investigation. So you got to lead by example, I guess.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like the way it would, it's kind of, in my mind, it's engineered so that she's done everything she needs to do related to pushing double vaccination, and now she just steps down. But now she doesn't serve out her term, so we don't vote in someone new. They just get chosen by the inner party, and that's it. Or they get voted in by the Liberal Party.
How many times has that happened in the past, however long I can remember?
Well, yeah, the same in England. It's happened 3 times now in England.
Yeah. So
which is I mean, I'm originally from Italy. Now, Italy have been dealing with that sidestepping of democracy for like nearly 30 years now. And it's basically the whole thing that happened. They step down before their term ends, and then no one gets a vote. Literally, the last election was decided by 0.1% of the UK population to decide who got voted in for Boris Johnson.
Sorry, who got? You mean because the party elected him, or because?
No, because Theresa May stepped down.
Yeah.
Relating to Brexit. And there's
so
a whole other scandal. There's a whole other scandal with that, but we can leave that to another day. But
right. Yeah. But he was the next dragon that just popped up. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it didn't even matter, because it's just the people who nominate is the coalition, and that's it. So there's no
that's right.
public
you
vote.
Select your party, and you're stuck with that party for the term. So if there's some kind of scandal, then whoever's next.
That's it. And coincidentally, what happened in Australia just in the last change of administration, it was just Malcolm Turnbull stepped down, or was forced to step down supposedly, and then here comes Scott Morrison, someone we would have never voted for in the beginning.
Yeah, well, he just was next in line. Well, the party
chose him
at the time.
So there's no vote, there's no democracy here. It's just
no.
It's just some bureaucratic way to sidestep a vote.
Well, the democracy is picking the party, but at the same time, you don't. It's not like we don't vote for the prime minister as such. You vote for the local party.
No one in the I mean, if you're supposed to be liberal, right? No one in 2016 would have voted for Scott Morrison.
We vote for the member of our local electorate, who's the federal representative, and so there are 151 seats in the lower house. The House of Representatives.
But what I mean is, like, the same exact kind of bureaucracy happened in the general election. It's just what happened with the state premier, which happened in the UK general election, where there wasn't a general election. Happened in the last one, but it happened in the last one before that as well. So,
but just to be clear, though, you vote for the party member that you decide on within your electorate. Like, and
yes, your electorate should be.
Oh yeah, but I mean, it's
your local community.
Yeah, but when someone serves out their term, at least you get a choice to see what policies they're representing.
Yeah, no, correct. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, we're not at the end of the day, we're not even dealing with a party. We're dealing with a coalition right now. So it's kind of besides.
Really, isn't it? They're the only two choices.
Like it's not a party at all right now.
Just to clarify for anybody who's not from Australia who might be listening to this, we've got the Liberal Party and the National Party, which is more of a country party, and they've merged together as a coalition. And
I'll just say this to you, Paul. This is exactly the same thing that's happened in the UK, and it's happened in exactly the same time frame as it's happened in Australia. I don't see that as a coincidence. We're still under the crown. Well, yeah, but the crown doesn't control anything. We're in an
But it does.
anyway.
It controls the way we run our courts. It controls the way we run our democracy. Like it does.
Well, it controls
It's a mirror
the
image.
facets.
Mirror image.
Yeah, but a mirror image doesn't necessarily mean that it should go in the same way. It's going in the same way for a reason.
We voted not to be a republic a few years ago. That was the
Australian
but
what I mean is a coalition party has got nothing to do with, the facets of the system and how it works. It's literally to do with it's literally got to do with influence that's happened from overseas onto our political system.
It does seem a little bit like cheating, doesn't it?
It's
out of our control.
Parties.
It's things that are out of our control.
It's an illusion of democracy. Everything that politicians have done, especially in the last 20 years, has just been to require more. Just make sure that to erode democracy as much as possible, to sidestep it with every kind of government lobbying and corruption as possible, just to literally sidestep anyone's actual illusion of choice.
But do you really think that's what? Compared to other countries, whatever. I don't have.
Well, no, we're not China, but the problem is every time something starts to happen like this, like some disaster, we go one more step towards it. Now, you don't know this because nobody knows it, because I only literally just found this out because the media that I subscribe to, I watch the mainstream media, but I subscribe to independent media as well. The fact that you can't see this on the mainstream media is completely fucked up, because you'll only see it in a 10-second soundbite. But in England right now, we have merged 4 separate government entities and merged it with healthcare. It's called the UK Health Security Agency, and we've merged the public health system in England, the NHS Test and Trace, the Joint Biosecurity Centre, and the Centre for Pandemic Preparedness. We have merged that all with the UK,
what does that entail,
health system.
Merging of that?
That entails 4 government agencies now combined.
So does that mean the sharing of knowledge? Because that sounds good.
Sounds good.
This is the problem, right? Everyone sits there, well, that's great, and I'm like,
less bureaucracy.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, the way you presented it just then, I would be like, hey, damn, if everyone works together and everyone has, if there's, biosecurity versus the NHS, because obviously NHS is hospitals, mainly.
Biosecurity and track and trace
has
got nothing to do with the National Health Service. The only reason why the National Health Service could not handle this fucking thing was literally because it's been underfunded every single year, and it's been slowly trying towards privatization.
That's because it's run by the government, man. Everything.
No. It's not. It's because but
always that's in the history of all governments and all time.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it could be. That doesn't mean that means why it's shit or incompetent. Yeah, but that happens on purpose. If every single year they take more money away from.
Because then look at America. That's what happens.
No, if every single year they take away money from the National Health Service, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to collapse, and they're going to tell you, oh, the reason why it's collapsing is because we need to merge all of these separate government agencies. Merging joint biosecurity.
Merging is in what? Like they're literally sharing buildings, or they're just like, because data these days you can share pretty easily without like.
It's becoming one entity. Like your whatever's going on between you and your doctor is between you and your doctor. It's got nothing to do with the government bio-tracking agency.
Okay.
Like,
so you're saying that basically you're saying that the merging.
The problem is now, mate, is when you merge those entities. When you start talking about stuff like vaccine passport or mandating vaccination, this is how they do it. This is how they sidestep the law, by doing it. Because right now, the only reason why they can't federally mandate a vaccine or give a vaccine passport is because your common law rights as a human, like as an individual, stops them from doing that.
I just have to put in here for the listeners, for historical reference, you're referring to the current situation of a pandemic called the coronavirus, which is causing people to be locked down all around the place, right? The COVID-19 virus.
Track and trace. Now, look, if you're like, well, that's a good thing. And I'm like, well, yeah, look, in a perfect world, it's a great thing. In a perfect world, communism's a great thing.
No,
it's
on
not
paper.
A perfect world.
No, not in a perfect world. On paper, communism is a great thing. In the perfect world.
But on paper, the UK Health Security Agency is a great thing. But what are you going to sit there and believe? No, because you're just giving more trust and power to one entity.
What if you get sick? What if you live there and you get sick and you don't have any money?
We've got a National Health Service.
That's right. So you just go there and get fixed.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with track and trace.
What do you mean, like a mobile phone?
Like tracking your well-being, like someone sitting there saying, well, you're infected, so we need to track you and see everywhere it is you go. I'm like, mate, I don't need someone to tell me that to keep me safe. I can make my own decisions related to my own health. If I've got coronavirus and someone tells me, look, you can't go here because you've got coronavirus, I'll be like, okay. The fact is, they're giving you this guise that they need to keep you safe, and they're merging government agencies. That's what it's like in China. So you're sitting there telling me, on paper, communism's great. And I'm like, yeah, well, on paper, it's great.
It is.
But in reality, have you ever met anyone from China?
No. That's like, I mean, what I'm saying is, on paper, it's great, but it never worked in real life because of like humans.
That's what this is. That's what they do in China. They merge government agencies. It all becomes one entity. And it's all under the guise of...
I'm not talking about the separation of rich and poor. I'm not talking about sharing information.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the merging of 4 government agencies under the guise of health.
I just everyone's so scared of being like found out about if they've got coronavirus. Like in all seriousness, with 7.5 billion people, what's wrong if you've got a disease? You know, like what? And if you're in a system where it can get fixed and sorted out, like why be embarrassed about that?
Who's talking about embarrassment? You're talking about now in the UK,
like hiding all your diseases, but wanting to get
no, mate. It's got nothing to do with hiding anything. It's to do with I can take care of myself. I don't need the government to merge some track and trace agency to take care of me.
What if you got cancer?
Can you give
yourself
if I got cancer, then I fucking go to the National Health System, which is funded. Yeah, but that's funded by my tax dollar. That's got nothing to do with merging government agencies. So like you're like, well, what's wrong with that? And I'm like, okay, all right, okay, what's wrong with that? What do you think happens in China? That's the definition.
I know heaps of people from China. They've got great lives. Like,
yeah, well, do they live in China?
Well, their family does. They go there. Well, they haven't been able to go there recently, but they go there.
I'll tell you what, man. Go and ask them, because I've met a lot of Chinese people, and I ask them what it's like over there, and I ask them why they're here. There's a reason why they all come here. Because they do not want to be monitored and tracked and traced. It's a fucking psychological fact that if over time you are being watched, you behave differently.
Well, you wouldn't. The first thing I would do is give up my mobile phone if I was that paranoid.
What, like, mate? Like, it's got nothing to do with. It's got nothing to do. What? It's got nothing to do with.
There's like a camera looking at me at the moment.
No, but I think Nico is saying you shouldn't accept that you should have to make sacrifices in order that you're free to have some privacy.
But this is what it is. Someone's like, well, you got an iPhone, so what's the difference? I'm like, yeah, I've got an iPhone, right? That leaves me vulnerable, right, to cyber hackers. It leaves me vulnerable to people who want to steal my information. It leaves me vulnerable to private companies buying that information to sell me a pair of shoes.
And guess what, Nico? If I got lost out in the bush, it also gives a place where they can go and save me.
Well, no, that's just got to do with the fucking GPS.
The GPS track.
Well, yeah, but that's got to do with
trace,
you. That's to do with you. No, that's not track and trace, mate. That's to do with the GPS and you enabling it and just saving yourself.
Exactly what.
Now you're sitting there. Yeah. That's not track and trace. That's not the government tracking you and tracing you. Right now, right now in England, right. If I go fly home, I've got to pay for a coronavirus test before I get on the plane. I've got to pay for another test when I get off the plane. Even if I test negative both times, I've got to pay £2,000 to stay in some shit piece hotel that I can't go outside in.
Yeah,
right?
well, the
And
whole
all that
quarantine
and
thing, I
all
don't
that
have
ends up and all that ends up happening is you just giving them, signing over, then just watching you and seeing what you do. Now, you don't give a shit about that. That's totally your choice. It's totally, completely up to you. You've got every right to fucking say to him, hey, man, watch me while I do everything. And you make every single law related to my behavior so you can control me more. All good.
I just don't
don't
think
care.
I'm not that
The
important.
difference is,
like, I don't care if someone watches what I do.
That's your choice, mate. The fact that they're doing this is making that choice for everybody else. Now, you're sitting there going, well, what's the problem with consolidating power into one entity? I'm like, mate, we've moved away from that. That's what progress is. Now, whether you're a one communist Chinese party or Soviet Union party, or whether you are a monarchy and leading on all the way to the edge of the right, the whole point of coming into the center is removing the consolidation of power. That's how democracy was formed. Where every single disaster that happens, we're moving either all the way far left or going far right.
Wait, Nico, let me ask you though about dissipating everything into 9,000 different departments. Why would you prefer that level of bureaucracy? You know how slow things get done when there are 1,000 people in the way.
That's the sacrifice you make, mate.
Do you no? Wait, why do we have to choose between things being slow and very unproductive?
Because when a psychopathic fucking person gets voted into government, they don't have the power to kill you. Because right now, right, if everything you're talking about, but you don't seem to give a fuck about right now, right, if all of those things were just like they are in China, which are just, that's how it is in China. Everything is merged with the state.
I think population of China is a massive control factor here.
Why do I have to choose between being controlled
I'm sorry,
and privacy problems?
Let me finish here. When you start merging government agencies into one entity, right? What happens is when a psychopath does get elected in, and it will happen right now, Peter Dutton could become the next fucking Prime Minister of Australia, right? If that person so wanted to, they could fucking put a poison vaccine there and kill you and mandate you to take it. That's the problem.
I'm not so sure
there
about
is
that.
always a threat of some psycho wanting to kill me.
What you reckon? If Peter Dutton got in
just
control,
like
he's got the
fucking fall off a
ability to
cliff,
make
it's easy.
poison vaccines and send them out.
I'm not,
no doctor.
mate. I'm not. Well,
would
look,
like,
mate. Like, if vaccination was mandatory, right, and all of those government entities were merged, it'd be Peter Dutton choosing who the Surgeon General is to make that decision, or some other psychopath who gets voted in. That's the problem. That's why you split things into different departments. They're called safeguards. They're called democratic safeguards. They were
I don't know that your
that.
idea of safeguarding is very like messy. Like there's got to be a better way to safeguard things than create a huge amount of bureaucracy for no good reason.
You know what the better way is? Yeah, to eliminate government backhanders and fucking corporate corruption. That's how you do it, because then that ensures that your tax
Well, then we're
is going
talking about
exactly
putting
where it
some
needs to go.
kind of policing over the government. That's a better way to do it.
Every time they defund a national health service or destroy some fucking government mandated building of a road, and then it gets fucked up because all fucking embezzlement happens and funding just gets completely lost in some random fucking entity.
Well, that's more likely to happen with 1,000 departments.
Well, that's exactly
no.
what
So
happens.
I prefer your second idea, where you've got policing of the government to make sure they don't become tyrants.
Well,
and then we reduce bureaucracy by merging different government departments that are wasting everybody's time and causing people to have extremely slow reaction times. And
politicians in this country get in trouble for overusing their mobile phones or accidentally charging for an extra room on the weekend when they invite their wife and kids along because it's not.
Well, why don't you see actually how much they do get on a company credit card to spend, and you might disagree with yourself there, because they get
some of the people I know.
They get an insane amount of fucking leeway with a credit card to go spend whatever they want to spend wherever they go. And I'm not saying they shouldn't.
Not quite sure about that. Not quite sure about that.
All right. Well, maybe I'm wrong then, but I would say
I don't know. I don't even know a couple of politicians, and unless they bullshit me and there was no reason not to, then and not just me myself, it's through my parents, right?
Yeah.
But yes, I do, and yeah, there's no bullshit. Well, as far as they said, obviously people can lie, but
and they're the best. I don't. Sure. I'm not even, to be honest, mate. I'm not even saying I disagree with that. Yeah, what I disagree with is when someone sits there. When someone sits there and says stuff like, "Well, what's the problem with merging those things?" The problem is, mate, we're going backwards when we do that.
No.
We're not going. We're not going forward.
You're fixating on some kind of safeguarding equals making sure everything's fucking slow and bureaucratic.
What are you talking about?
I don't see a problem with sharing information.
You're adamant that we should urge government organizations.
Look what's happening right. Okay, mate. Okay, you're right. We got a problem with sharing information. Do you know what identifying?
I didn't say about sharing information. I'm talking about
the
concept of merging government organizations.
Do you know what identifying disrupt is?
Sorry, what's
something to do with monitoring
identify
Facebook,
and disrupt.
people's accounts?
Do you know what identify and disrupt is?
Is it to do with monitoring people's Facebook accounts so that they can't?
Well, there you go. That's a law that they passed completely under the radar.
That's a separate
topic. Idea what it was.
Separate topic.
No,
separate topic.
It's actually not a separate topic, Paul. It's exactly the same thing. Because as soon as some national disaster happens, they seem to think that people will understand when they start passing these laws and eradicating fucking democracy, because that's what they do.
I don't think anybody approves of our privacy being violated by the government. Okay,
like right now, mate,
I don't know why you're putting these things together.
Identify and disrupt is not nothing. It's got nothing to do with what's wrong with sharing your information. So nothing.
Sharing information is not to do with merging.
No. It does actually. Because they can hack your personal information and use it against you.
We may as well live in separate villages and just live in different valleys, and just have different foods and different ideals and
Listen, I think Peter and I both would be of the opinion. Will ask you, Peter. You're not happy with the government monitoring everything we do, are you?
Well, not everything, but to what point? What are you hiding? I'm not hiding anything.
Yeah,
there you go. There it is.
You want the freedom to come and go as you please.
You know what?
Yeah.
Hey,
there it is. Right.
Okay, sure.
Look, mate.
But I don't believe you, Peter.
If you had been monitored for your entire life, because you got to think about what it means in 50 years.
No, wait. Let
Peter monitored your entire
together
life
here, because I don't think
you would be in jail right now.
Wait.
You would be in jail right now.
Yeah.
Peter, you don't really believe what you just said, right? What we should be monitored, but we shouldn't have anything to fear if we haven't done anything wrong.
Well, okay,
that can't be a good.
And I believe in more confidentiality than that. Okay, and that was a sweeping statement, right? I definitely believe in more confidentiality than that. But at the same time, with certain things, with healthcare, and you know what? Okay, if this whole pandemic, because I got to say, I do trust the consensus of science when it comes to things.
Oh, God,
not because I am a scientist. Okay, yeah, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Right, I believe science. Okay, mate. The science created the atomic bomb, right? Yeah. Science created the coronavirus pandemic.
Which the atomic bomb might turn into an Eon engine that can get us out of space one day. It's just the first part.
Well, it hasn't done anything right now, to be honest. I mean,
so let me get
got nuclear energy.
Nico, are you just jumping on this believe in science phrase because it created the atomic bomb?
No, because everyone who says I believe in science.
I know you're sounding like a trigger thinker.
There isn't anyone who.
It's not fair.
Because that's
Peter
the
was
thing.
in the middle of explaining.
Sorry.
Peter was explaining why he's not totally pro being monitored by the government. Is that correct, Peter? You want some sort of monitoring for our protection, but not to the extent that they will save us from ourselves.
Phrase it as monitoring because that's paranoid. I want to say, if we want to be part of a health system, they should know about our fucking health. I don't see a problem.
They shouldn't. Your health is your own decision.
Last time I had pancreatitis. Here we go. Pancreatitis. Blah blah blah. Yeah. You know what? I went down to the freaking hospital. They put me straight in there. They got me on painkillers, and I was sorted. Took me 4 or 5 days.
But what does that have anything to do with monitoring you every day? That doesn't change. It didn't make it wouldn't make it any better if you were monitored every day.
How much more monitored do you want to be?
Mate, like if you got pancreatitis and you went to the hospital, you got fixed. That's got nothing to do with them monitoring you every day.
Okay, listen.
Like
I think
the
100%
system
of the
works
people
already.
here.
Like, why do we need to change it?
Look what we all agree on. I think we all agree we don't want to be monitored to the point that we don't have any freedoms. Okay?
Well, that's not true, because you that exact statement.
No,
I've got
because
nothing
you're
to
jumping
hide.
onto
I'm like,
phrases like
no.
a
Well,
trigger
like
thinker who hears a phrase and gets red-eyed, right? It's
that's
not
the
fair.
problem, Paul. You know, that's the problem, because when people say that, it's like, oh, I've got nothing to hide. You've got nothing to hide. What do you
He
want? I'm
doesn't
like,
think
mate,
that. Peter doesn't think that.
if you were monitored,
We're familiar with that
from the
trigger
day you were
phrase.
born, if you were monitored from the day you were born till right now, you'd be in jail.
We
at
know
least
about
once.
1984 from George Orwell. We don't want
Well,
that.
yeah, but that's the thing. No one is perfect if you put them under a microscope. Everyone breaks the law.
Yeah, but the problem is
identifying
we're all humans. It's like you're saying as if like every single person's doing all these crazy different things. Everyone does the same shit, dude. Like unless you're like I don't know, bending over backwards with your spine and you don't want to be monitored or what?
You're not making any sense of any argument there. Identify and disrupt. They can hack your phone, assume your identity, steal all your information, if without a federal judge warrant, by the way. So there's that safeguard's been eroded.
So who
and
does
they can do and they can do that.
Doing this, are they?
Politicians,
no, the
police
like
can
Peter
do
Dutton's
it.
doing this.
No, the police can do it right now. Right
in
now,
Australia?
they passed that. It's a federal law in Australia. Look it up. It's called Identify and Disrupt.
How many countries have got this going on?
They're trying to do it in the UK right fucking now, because they've just done it in Australia, and they're like, well,
in Australia, I just want to get this clear, Nico. I just want to get this clear.
Can I just explain what the law is before you jump on me there, right?
I just heard
it. Well, if you're suspected for a crime, right, of up to 3 years in jail, right, they can hack your phone, they can assume your identity on social media, they can look through everything they want to.
Did you say
just literally?
Of a crime
if you are suspected of a crime that's punishable up to 3 years in jail. No, if you're suspected of a crime, punishable up to 3 years in jail. And the problem is with that.
You mean 3 years and more? Surely.
No,
so you haven't been
minimum
convicted of anything. So there's no conviction.
Includes like
yes, of course
jaywalking.
not. It's just if you are suspected of committing a crime of 3 years or more, right? They can assume your identity online. They can take all your information. They can actually delete all your information if they want to, and they can assume your identity online, come into your house and search it. This is without a federal warrant from a judge. You know who decides this? The policeman detective on the case.
This is
now,
awful,
I'm sorry,
but it's not surprising.
That is George Orwell, 1984.
You know that this happened throughout history.
You know what? Yeah. Like, I know we got a bit excited before, but if that news is true, I would be
just Google it right now,
disgusted.
mate. I can send you a video, right, of right now police turning up on someone's front doorstep
in Australia,
right?
In Australia,
because in Australia, in Western Sydney, because they posted something on Facebook relating to organising a protest.
They would have considered that incitement of violence.
Sit there and say, well, that's.
I remember that story.
It's considered incitement. I can send you the video right now.
No, I remember there was the footage of the woman being arrested in front of her family.
I prefer to see. I mean, like basically,
it's
like
because
law
it's
is
considered incitement.
Like in Australia, legislation's always written down somewhere. So I would prefer to see the legislation that says that a police officer can
behind
assume
your computer.
Just if they.
Just go type it in right now. Go on the government website. Identify and disrupt.
Okay. Cool.
Now you sit there. I mean, I'm sorry. Actually, I already sent that to Paul a month ago, right?
I saw the footage. There's a woman being arrested, and I saw it on the TV as well.
No, there's the video, but I also sent you the actual link to the government on the government website that actually spells out the entire thing for you. Now you sit there and you're like, oh, what's the problem with consolidating power? I'm like, well, that's the problem. Because you get those things that get passed, and you have no idea why.
Even now, I'm telling you right now, you're looking at an apple and a freaking skyscraper and comparing them together. It's weird. It's not. They don't combine.
Paul, we are locked in your house right now. You can't go outside. There's a curfew, and the policeman can come to your door.
Let's go back to what you were just
something online regarding a protest.
What you were pairing together just then. Like the consolidation of departments, government departments, which neatens things up and lessens bureaucracy, is not the cause of a violation of freedoms.
How do you how do
How
you
can you
figure that
How can you possibly
exactly what I just
1 + 1 equals pink? What are you talking about?
exactly
how
what
is
I
it?
just
No,
explained to you with
no, 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 no.
identify and
Yeah,
disrupt.
yeah, I
That's
know,
what
but it
that
was
is. It's the
erroneous.
merging of government departments.
I'm just
No,
exactly
reading
what
like
that is.
The merging of
there's
government
there's
departments.
too much reading
does
now,
not
but it's actually an
equal
amendment. It's an amendment of a
removal of
previous
freedoms from the people.
act.
What, I don't understand. That's not obvious at all. You
All right, mate.
All
right,
too specific.
I can't.
Okay, so we've merged.
We're never
the
going to
department.
agree because you actually think
Well, no,
that
listen.
makes sense.
Well, no, listen. The Department of Childcare and the Department of Education decide to merge, and now all of a sudden, people are being arrested and put in handcuffs. What are you talking about?
What for I did not say anything like that. The
I
reason
just gave you
why
two
they merged,
examples of
the
two
reason
government departments have merged.
well, we're not talking
right?
about that. Right?
No,
We're
okay,
talking
so
about
only specific
coronavirus.
ones. Okay,
So coronavirus.
Okay, be clear
Well,
then, because you're not speaking about specific things. You're speaking about general phrasings of words, and it's not working in your
No,
favor.
they're not actually general phrasings of words whatsoever. They're merging of government departments, consolidation of power. There is. It doesn't even matter what it is.
Well, don't
The
throw
reason
the
why
word
they're doing it.
power around like that. We're talking about
Why, mate? The
departments.
reason why they're doing it with the healthcare system is because we're in the middle of a pandemic.
I agree with that specific example. I don't understand the specifics of the example you've got in your mind. Why don't you explain to us the two departments that have merged again? Which departments have merged that have resulted in a removal of freedom from humans?
Well, right now, right, when the fact that they amended the Identify and Disrupt Act, yeah, means that they don't have to get a warrant from a federal judge.
Okay, so that's a law. That's a law. That's not a merging of two departments. Yes, go on.
Well, it is a merging of two departments.
It's a merging of more. It's an amendment of a previous act.
It's a merging to national security and to just federal police. Because that act, the reason why it was amended is because it was
Devices Act of 2004 and Telecommunications Interception and Access.
Yeah, that's
Act
because
1979 to introduce data disruption warrants to enable the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission to disrupt data.
There you go. Criminal Intelligence Commission. That's national security.
Copying or deleting data in order to frustrate the commission of serious offences.
Why don't you actually click on one of those links and actually read the whole list of what they can do?
Because we're on the air.
I've only got like about a certain amount of time. I don't have all week.
Yeah.
Because there's actually a lot of links on there. There's first reading, third reading, passed by both houses, addendum to explanatory memorandum, revised explanatory memorandum. So there's a lot of information on there.
Listen,
well, read it.
If you're anti people being arrested,
have you read it? If you can get,
I have read it.
Give me.
And look, one of the things that I read is that you've got they're able to enable it without a federal judge warrant, which is an merging of a department, by the way.
But you said
good example.
You said something about so if you're
3 years,
one didn't cause the other.
Suspected of a crime of up to 3 years,
could possibly give you a jail term of 3 years. Okay, well, I mean, okay, I think that's a bit fucking heavy-handed. Sure,
we don't want heavy-handedness.
I would like to know more.
We're on your side in that department, and it's not your side; it's common sense's side. So we don't have to feel compelled from your shouting at us that we have to fucking agree.
Because with the health, department,
just speak reasonably at a proper volume.
Oh God! Well, then just listen to me. You're just interrupting, right? When they merge the health department, right, and the bio track and trace department, yeah, that means that when they mandate a vaccination and you're like, well, I don't want to be vaccinated, that means they can find you if you're not vaccinated. And when they mandate it for that identify and disrupt, they can hack all your devices to find out where you are, because when mandatory vaccination comes in, I'm sure it's going to be punishable with up to more than 3 years in jail.
Well, I agree. That's bad.
Now that's the thing. No one seems to give a fuck.
What do you want to do? What do you want us to do?
6 months ago.
We're not going to be able to
actually don't sit there and just say stuff like, well, what's wrong with merging departments? That's
no, I
what's wrong
don't
with
think that merging departments is a problem, and I think you've somehow
I
triggered
think there's
your
different
brain.
nuances involved. Like merging
There
departments
isn't,
is
mate, because when they
a
pass,
great thing.
It is.
like
You just
we
agreed
said
earlier.
before,
Imagine,
it's a great
imagine
thing
where,
if you
imagine the
childcare
shit
and
fight
an
would be in
education department
departments
merging
weren't
together is going to cause some sort of violation of human rights. I know what you're talking about, and you're still sticking
there
with
you
it.
go.
Why
You
don't you
don't.
just
There you go. You just
rescind
don't
your
understand
previous
it.
comments?
It's just exactly what you're talking about before. Communism on paper is great if you've got some benevolent leader who fucking loves you.
No,
But that's the thing. When you merge a
you don't have
department and then you
communism, do
amend a federal law that allows them to fucking
That
literally do
allows. Okay, now we
anything
can
they
do
want against you,
specifics. General
those are safeguards.
specifics.
They're not. That is an exact specific. Those are safeguards that are eroded away from the Constitution, and because they've merged some department that was related to your health in this instance, they can use that law
What
to
do you expect
say,
specifically
well,
about that example then? Why do you have to talk about the general topic of merging
because,
departments
mate,
causing a lack of human
the
rights?
only way to do it is to generalize it. That's what democracy is. There's safeguards.
You're still
If
not
you sit there and
understanding
just
the
merge
wording.
entire departments, that's just another safeguard just gone that they can sidestep and use some law to fucking use against you.
You can
You're sitting
change
there,
laws without merging departments.
The problem is with people like you actually think, oh, well, the government cares about me. They don't give a fuck about you.
What do you
mate.
mean? You don't know
You
my
are
perspective.
you are a.
They don't care about you personally, dude. They care about the population as a whole. That's why we've got the healthcare service.
They do not care about the population as a whole
unless
whatsoever.
unless you're not,
They experiment on you. Yeah, literally, they do experiment on you.
What, like
just
marketing
look what
people
happened.
do?
No, well, you just look what happened with fucking the blood donor scam. You had a whole bunch of people that got a whole bunch of haemophiliacs that got infected with HIV, and the government knew about it.
What year was this?
That happened in the 70s. But it's only literally now that all the lawsuits
should have heard the
starting
shit they
to
were
come
doing
out
in the 30s, man. There was all those black guys with syphilis in South Carolina.
That was in the 60s. That wasn't in the 30s. That was in the 60s.
It was in the it was in
no,
the
it was
you know
in
what?
It was
you know what? Look it up, bro. It was in the 30s.
It was in 1968. They did
that's when they would have started dying, maybe. Yeah. No, the program started in the 30s.
Mate, they've been doing it for years.
You guys both know about the
They've been doing it.
They've been doing it.
They've been doing it for years.
I don't remember this. I mean,
the only you know what the only difference
is now? You mean
now?
they've been doing it for years, or they did it years ago?
No, they've been doing it for years, ongoing. The only reason why it's harder for you to find out about it now is because democracy, deconsolidation. No, mate. Deconsolidation of power has happened, and democracy has taken place.
It's called.
And you know what they do now? They just go do it in Africa.
They have.
They go do it in Africa now.
They have their most of the doctors that on Facebook that say, "Oh, don't do this, don't do that." They've had like their shit barred, and they've got sketchy agendas,
Yeah, of course. All right, look, right.
Yeah,
those things that happen
with not consensus. There's like
those things that have been happening with experimentation on the population. Yeah,
sure,
they still happen. They still happen. They still happen now, mate. They still happen now.
I'm sure they do, but
can we just?
I don't think.
Go ahead.
You know what? I just, on a worldwide scale, I don't think that, there's not enough reptilians out there to keep it all undercover. There's actual doctors out there.
There it is.
Agree with what they say. Yeah.
Mate, well, I'm sorry, mate. Like
the
only difference is now, they don't do it on the black population in America because democracy has taken place. It's taken decades for it to happen. But you know what they do now? They experiment on black people in Africa because you don't give a fuck about them. Now that's the thing. That's the difference. Well, I don't give a fuck about them either because I'm living through this fucking bullshit. I'm not saying it's because you don't give a fuck about them because you're a bad person. I'm saying is that we don't give a fuck about them because we've got too much to worry about. Because we actually believe that our government doesn't do that. The thing is, mate, that they do that. They're still doing it today. They did it literally less than 10 years ago in Africa, experimenting on people with experimental vaccines. And you know what happened? They're in a lawsuit right now in South Africa because the fucking
citation
pharmaceutical. Sorry, yeah.
Listen, I think the main point is everything that we're going to be talking about today is of interest about the government, the way governments run the world, right?
Yeah, but they're all freaking different.
No, but what I'm saying is there are no conversations about Joe Blow on the street corner fucking with that, I need help, please help, right? This, or a puppy dog who's being thrown into a gas canister because he was a homeless dog.
Then. All right, sure.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm just saying there is going to be
Let's go back to merging of agencies.
Merging of agencies, yeah, all right.
Yeah. No,
well, look,
that
my
sounds
mind
like
is
a side topic. I don't understand why that's become
it's not,
the main
though, Paul,
spine of this.
I just want to nut it out.
Because that's an ideology. The merging
Well, what do you
of
want to
government
see happen? What do you want to
is an
see happen?
ideology.
All right, okay. Look,
you want to see less government control. That's the whole point. That's why people want to move to crypto and decentralized currency.
No, you're talking about economics all of a sudden compared to
Well,
lawmaking.
Mate, all of those things are connected.
You're connected.
They're all part of government entities.
Yeah, we're talking about branching in the previous podcast and how birds and monkeys were all branched down into blue-green algae.
Well,
right?
You know what? You know why they fought so much? You know why they fought so much, Paulie? Because they didn't merge their fucking agencies.
Look. The thing
maybe
is,
because they were propagandized so much, they just drove everyone crazy.
They just ripped each other's faces off instead.
I feel like I have to be some kind of chairperson here to give some clarity and guidance to a conversation stream. What's the end game here?
Go down and get the baby
wants to have society change to an idyllic situation. We all do. What's your idyllic framework? What do you want?
Move backwards.
That's not good enough. What do you want? What's forwards? What's the ultimate forwards? What's the non-dystopian future you want for us?
There's no such thing as de-evolution, man. There's only evolution. You can't go backwards.
No. Forget the concept of philosophy.
Forget
the philosophy. Let's just talk real. All right.
By consolidating power and merging government departments is moving backwards.
No, that's not what I asked you.
Literally,
the question is clear. What do you want for a happy future for yourself and for everyone else?
Not to have to pay for a pandemic that was made in a fucking lab.
The pandemic just comes every 100 years. Forget about that shit. What do
you
want?
It doesn't,
such a small topic. I mean, it's not a serious topic, but it's such a small thing, really.
It's minuscule. It's like
actually
discussing Trump.
Right now, right now, right? You've got a virus.
He's still president. Seriously.
Right now, you've got a virus that's infecting the entire planet. Yeah, destroying everything.
No, it's not.
Paying for it.
But we got it under control here in Adelaide.
How do you feel about Nancy Reagan's war on drugs?
Well, I guess if everything's under control in Adelaide, then everything's all right. Because right now here, everything's
fine here.
shut.
I'm just saying it's fine here. Because
everything you're discussing at the moment is very specific to present day.
People are losing their businesses. They're losing their homes. They're getting their savings rates.
You can't simply use present day examples to talk about what you want for a perfect future if you can't even consider 40 years ago.
I'm not answering that question because now I'm talking about what
you can't understand what it means to discuss something from 40 years ago in light of you wanting world change. You can only stick to the present day tables and graphs of what's going on with present day government. How don't you know this is an ongoing fight from people freedom fighters like yourself who want the world to become better, and it just doesn't stop. It's not about today's political problems.
You know what the thing is, Paul. In my mind, the thing that makes things worse is that people actually believe that their government cares about them.
Nobody believes that. They just think they've just been employed to do a job to manage the fucking finances of
there's actually an element. There's actually a criminal element in there.
Well, nobody does
really
that.
Just fucking don't give a fuck about you. They just
nobody does that. But we can look at I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
If nobody doubts that, then why do people say then what's wrong with merging government agencies?
I say because I gave you an example of a childcare centre agency and an education agency, and asked you the question: How does that?
Merge government departments.
How does that how does that give you a problem with human rights?
In South Australia, there's the Mulligan Inquiry that's got an 80-year seal on it. That's got over 30 fucking paedophiles on it who are policemen. Some of them still practice.
Most government documents have 80
some of them still
seals on.
practicing.
All of them do.
That's not new. It's not new. It's great. Like, so one of those people is a former prime minister on that list. Great.
Yeah, well,
let's put an 80-year seal on it so no one finds out about it.
Mate, what about Cardinal Pell? Come on.
Mate, I mean, well, I think that's hideous, obviously.
Specific
but
examples
Pell
of recent
doesn't help pass laws.
Yeah,
Listen,
anecdotes don't add up anyway, you know.
Are not really that important when you're talking about the philosophy of creating the perfect society. You seem to be leaning towards democracy, as in the dumbasses of the world voting in some bullshit thing that you don't believe in anyway. Would you really choose democracy as the main way that governments get chosen?
Mate, it's
Nico?
the only model. It's
the
the
only.
only.
Well, there's meritocracy.
Well, like, just think about the progress of humanity in the last fucking 500
so
years.
we've been.
What do you think? It's because of science? Do you honestly think it's because of science that's made people free?
Yes.
Fuck right. Okay. Yeah. Of course, it's science. Science has made people free.
You know, like
had nothing to do with revolution against monarchy.
Imagine how big the cup and string would need to be for me to speak to you right now.
See, that's the thing. There it is as well. Is you actually believe that? You actually believe it's because of innovation of technology that we're a free people because of that. It's because of revolution against monarchy.
I'm saying we're actually more connected.
Do you think we're eating less than King Henry VIII? Even the poorest man in the street is eating more than King Henry VIII.
Hey, Nico, you know what? Actually, you know what I believe? I believe we've joined so many agencies in the past that we just can't stop joining the agencies together and just getting more advanced.
What are you talking about? It's like, mate, like.
Just think about it, mate. Every generation, there's a few agencies we need to join together to sort out what the fuck we're going to do.
It's not the scientists and the engineers that decide the direction of humanity. Yeah, it's the ideologues and the politicians, right? The fact that we broke away from a monarchy, a dictatorship over 500 years was through revolution and death. It's got nothing to do with science, mate.
There's been revolution ever since the beginning of we've jumped out of trees, mate.
Well, yeah, I know, but at least in the last 150 years,
you haven't heard about the Romans?
What are you talking about? Like, we're talking about modern day. We're talking about modern. Yeah, we're talking about modern day democracy. Modern day democracy happened through the breakaway of a consolidation of power. With monarchy and starting away from moving away.
What country are you even talking about? Are you talking about Australia still? Because there's like heaps of other countries. There's heaps of different types of it.
Well, at least the Western world. Like, what do you think? Do you think living in China is good? Do you think it's good? Well, go live in China then. See how it works out for you. Go speak to anyone who's from China.
I might, if I get the opportunity, I might just do that because. To be honest, I plan to live in Thailand, or I plan to retire in Thailand.
Yeah.
So China's not too far away from there. There's no reason why not.
Well, you should speak to someone from China and ask them what it's like living under a regime like that. Because, mate, they violate human rights every fucking day over there. Now, you seem to think, oh, that's all right. And I'm like, well, go be a Muslim in China.
What? Why would I do that? If I went to China, I wouldn't be a Muslim there. I'd just be me. I'd be Peter.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole point, isn't it? You don't have a choice but to be anything that they want you to be. That's the only choice you have in China.
Oh, well, fine. I'll live in Thailand then, and I'll be Peter, and then I won't live under that regime. How about that?
Well, I don't know anything about Thailand, but if you wanted to sit there and make a ridiculous statement that living in China under that regime is a good thing, then you know
keep
nothing
going back
about
to China.
But
I mean, I never talked about China in the start. And
you just said it was great to live there.
Oh,
you just made some comment like it's amazing.
I know a couple of chefs that have worked.
Yeah.
Hey, Nico. I know a couple
sorry.
that have lived there and worked in restaurants for 6 to 12 months periods and live there, and they said it was one of the best things they've ever done in their life.
That's completely different, mate. That's an experience.
What do you mean?
Not growing
they were living
up
in
there.
China. What the fuck are you even talking about? They were living.
So you're telling me living somewhere for 6 months.
They were living there. They loved it.
For 6 months.
They loved
for
it.
6 months.
One was 12 months.
You're sitting there telling me that living and working somewhere for 6 months to a year is a great assessment of. It means you're an expert on the subject.
They said they could have done it for years more.
Go talk to somebody
What do you
who's
reckon?
grown
I've got
up
to
there.
give my whole life up. I've got to do a test. I've got to test it out for 80 years. Do I? Is that?
Well, you'd actually have to live under the regime and grow up there and be schooled.
Well, they pretty much did.
Go to school there. Go to
university
university there.
Regime, isn't it? How
not
I don't
for
understand.
Not for a year working in the.
What regime were they living under then?
Mate, you if you don't live and work somewhere in a restaurant for a year.
What regime were they living under then? If they weren't living under the Chinese regime, was it another regime?
Go to school in China.
Did they have a cloak?
And see how it works out for you. Go grow up in China and see if you actually enjoy that.
Obviously,
because every single Chinese person I've met and spoken to, well, that's the whole point, mate. You have no idea.
No, it's not the whole point.
Thing.
I'm telling you that I've got friends
firsthand who've lived and worked there for 6 months. Yeah, that's not. That's not.
You just said living there for 6 months. You just said living there as a pronoun for what you're talking about. So how are they not living there, and how are they not under the regime? They had to go.
Okay, when we air this, right, and then we get some comments. Maybe you'll see what someone will actually comment, because I guarantee you they'll say, "Yeah, mate, 6 months. You can't make it. You can't sit there and say you know everything about what it's like to live and grow up in the regime of China."
At any rate, this entire China example is just an example of what you're saying is not the ideal. Okay, I think most people would say it's not ideal.
People have a shit life in Australia.
So I'm still going to continue asking Nico, what is the ultimate setup in terms of a society? You want to be ruled, or you want no rulership at all?
There's no ultimate. The only setup that has worked that people are happy in, mate, is democracy. It's the only one.
Is that the end? Is that the end game?
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody knows that.
You know,
that's
you
why
keep complaining to me that democracy is not good.
Loose definition.
Democracy is dumb people. People who are not qualified to know about
I'm not complaining
politics.
Democracy isn't good. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the thing that they're doing is they're trying to erode it.
Well, no,
that's what they're doing with laws.
No, my question to you is do you really believe
by merging
that democracy is the ultimate way to choose a government?
Of course, people, it's the only
what do you mean? Of course. What do you mean? Of course. You sound like
if you go anything by history, that's the only way.
No, forget history. I'm talking about the future. Now, I can
look
tell
back
you
in history and make a judge for the future.
When
Great
when
philosophy.
I vote, I have no idea who these people are who could lead us, right?
Yeah.
I don't research what each political party's policies are, and even if I did, would they fulfill those policies that they promised at the election time? I don't know. Are they capable? Do they have the budget? Would they do it? Are they competent? I don't know these answers to these questions, and I don't even bother to research it. All right.
Well, yeah.
And yet I get a right to vote. I do not. I should not get a right to vote. All right.
That's how those democratic things in place. At least if someone becomes corrupted or a corrupt person gets in, they can't fucking murder you. But the fact is, because you want to go around living your life, you don't want to. You don't want it.
We're not in China, by the way.
God. All right. I don't understand what that statement means, mate, when you say that. Now, if you want to be go on and live your life and not have to fucking monitor that shit all the time, the only thing that works is democracy, because it does.
Well, I would say that meritocracy is far better.
It does keep it at least to a system that can't be abused.
I shouldn't be able to vote. I should not be allowed to vote. All right. I don't know enough about the people who are running, and I don't think the people who are running should be just anybody off the street. They should pass a certain amount of criteria to reach.
Well, they do.
Well, they don't. They're just fucking people who say, "I want to run for office." And if they're
they have to work hard. It's a hard job.
Well, yeah,
like they work. They spend a lot of time investing their lives into doing it. And to be honest,
people just
the majority of people I know. Paul, the majority of people I know in politics and in council government, local government at least, most of them, the vast majority, are good people, because most of those jobs don't pay very well in the beginning.
Oh, the poor politicians. So you're on the side of politicians now.
Mate, the very vast majority of...
family money, they get into it. It's easy when you don't have to pay for shit.
The vast majority of people who get into politics are good people. They do it for a noble choice, because they know people like you don't give a fuck and just want to live their life.
That's a very interesting perspective to hear from you.
The difference is, Paul, there are psychopathic people who go into that line of work.
No, but I'm just amazed that you said what you just said. I'd love to have that. If I was to write an article about this, I'd put that in bold with those, speaking marks around it.
Well, yeah, and then put this at the end, because it's the fucking nightmare that we're living through now. Because people like Dan Andrews are fucking psychopaths.
Really?
They get to that.
You said he's a good person and he wants the best for us, basically.
Well, I didn't say that, actually.
When were the good old days? When were the good old days?
Oh, there we go.
Fix your microphone.
There's another one. You know what, mate? There's about 20 things that you've said to me that literally are just a carbon copy paste fucking bullshit phrase that they repeat on the media to people. Well, conspiracy theorists, lizard people. When were the good old days? Oh, let's go back to before we had the phone.
You just said we're living in a nightmare. So,
we're living in a fucking nightmare.
Said that just then.
We're living in a nightmare. We are living in a nightmare right now.
When was it better?
In terms of a Western
is it like the Matrix, like 1999?
There it is again.
Wait, no, stop saying there it is, all right? Just
because it's just
you know what? I'm actually not sitting down now. I've actually stood up. So
there's no question. It's just like another little jab of ridicule.
How about you just answer the question? You said it's a nightmare we're living in.
There is no question there.
He's not trying to just. I'm like, he's not trying to make a pun.
What does that even mean?
No,
when were the good old days?
Okay, forget
We're talking about how a pandemic has basically made them be able to pass more federal laws or reenact more laws, amend laws to literally destroy the fabric of democracy.
So
that's the fucking problem.
You're against laws then?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's that.
Playing this back, man, I'm actually trying to listen to the things you're saying, and I'm just repeating them to you. That's all.
His earlier question that made more sense was, you think we're living in a nightmare situation? All right.
Watch that video I just sent you, and you tell me if that's not a fucking nightmare.
I'm not going to be doing private research off the air when you were trying to tell the people what you're thinking.
I'll tell you, that's two policemen turning up at a woman's door saying that you've been posting stuff on social media relating to a protest. And
yes, I remember. That's what I referred to earlier.
We want to make sure that you're not going to go to a protest.
Yes, that was unfair. I agree.
That's a fucking nightmare, mate. Because legally now,
yes, there are nightmares happening all over the world all the time.
Yeah, but that law that they passed, mate, means they can do that now for anything.
Yes,
so
nobody's going to be happy with that. It's the same as that footage you sent me of that.
This
is what happened to being knocked down and pepper sprayed in the face at the protest in Melbourne the other day.
Now, if you start posting stuff on Facebook about protesting, you could have a policeman turn up your door saying, "Sorry, we've seen you posting stuff online about protesting."
I think everyone's on your side about that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked. I'm shocked. I don't like that. I think that's a horrible rule.
Of course.
Well, mate, they used the guise of a pandemic to do it without anyone fucking noticing. And you know what? Just after 9/11, they did the
Everyone's noticing when it's on camera. All right. These police are probably going to be put to jail now.
I think there's a lot of confusion in total. Like, I think a lot of politicians are confused as well. I mean, it's and they're all people, and I don't know. I think most countries, Western countries especially, are leading towards the consensus of science. And I know that's the cliche we spoke about earlier.
Science just means knowledge. Why would you doubt that that's the way forward? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, it's the best way to accumulate knowledge, isn't it?
Like, well, it is. It means knowledge in Latin.
How can you dispute that? Yeah, I don't understand. Yeah,
that's the point.
Because science can always change.
It's actually not beside the point. You know why?
Okay, all right.
Because it changes all the time.
We're talking about
knowledge is modified. Knowledge is upgraded. What are you talking about? Of course it is. So we learn
science.
We eradicate bullshit.
There are many sciences, mate. You can't just sit there and just say
the word
science
means knowledge.
is the way forward.
It's
Science
categorized
has
into
got
different departments.
science. We're not talking about like if you're talking about political science.
We're talking about corruption.
Yeah.
Well,
If you're talking about
knowledge,
vaccination, that's not just science. Doesn't
the
just
vaccines
blanket
will
everything.
improve because of science.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, right now, mate, like they don't
The
work.
fact that they exist at all
Have you ever met anyone?
is amazing. Like I remember learning about who's that guy who was talking about rabies in the 1850s or something.
Well, that's
Can't
one.
remember his name.
That's one that's still not. There's still you can't fight.
Louis
rabies.
Pasteur. I don't remember what year that was.
Science
I think he
playing politics
invented
is dangerous,
vaccines.
mate.
Get a
Science
small
playing politics is
sample of
dangerous.
a virus.
Yeah. If
and
you
the
know
body can
anything
create
about
antibodies.
if you do any research about famous scientists, there's a lot of them that are actually complete fucking nutcases.
Of course, there are examples of bad dudes everywhere. Okay, don't worry about that.
We're talking about consensus anyway. You're talking about minorities. Like
they're talking about mandating vaccination. I've already had all my work. I've already had
the work and they don't get.
I've already had all of my work cancelled for the next 2 months from when we open up again because I'm not vaccinated.
Man, and Nico, that you know what? And I seriously feel for like places where lockdowns are happening. I seriously feel for that. But at the same, and you know what? I don't even want to say it, but actually, you know what? Yeah, I think
what he's about to say.
That's the problem, mate.
He wants
because
people to be safe.
when I sit there and say we're living in a nightmare, we are, because there are people like I'm. In all honesty, I can say that, and it's a nightmare for me. But to be honest, mate, it's not even half what some of those motherfuckers out west are dealing with. Those people are losing their homes. They're getting their fucking pensions.
West of
Southwest Sydney. Yeah, they're getting their savings completely raped. Those are savings that they would pay for their kids to go to university for. Right? They're losing their businesses, and the government doesn't give a fuck about them. The government actually right now has sent the military over there because so many policemen are on unpaid leave because the policemen don't want to be vaccinated.
Yeah, right.
Now, this is no joke.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to be vaccinated. Straight up.
Well, that's got nothing to do with you, and it's got nothing to do with the government. That's the point. Right? If everyone's got a right to fucking choose, and that's the point of democracy. And right now, we don't have a choice.
Well, smokers can't choose not to pay the tax on cigarettes.
Well, smokers. I mean, unfortunately for smokers, right? They're going to die most likely of some hideous cancer, right? That is that fucking smoker's fucking choice. And whether people want to believe it or not, you can freely Google this. Yeah, smoking, cancer, bad lifestyle choice. Everyone individually is way more taxing on the health system than than not being vaccinated from coronavirus. You're talking like billions of dollars more.
But they've had a 1,000-year head start.
Look, mate, you sit there and say, "Oh, science is the thing." I'm like, mate, science. You know that smoking cigarettes is going to kill you. That's science. You do it anyway. That's freedom.
No, that's not true. There's many people who have smoked till the day they died, and they died at a very...
Come on, man. Are we going to sit there and debate this?
Well, we are.
Going to sit there and debate that smoking causes cancer?
Yes.
Okay, so look, let's just not nitpick here. Science tells you smoking causes cancer, causes respiratory illness. It causes blood clots. So some people have to have their fucking legs amputated. Yeah. I'm sorry, mate. Like science, everyone knows smoking's bad for you. But you know what? I don't give a fuck.
Everyone knows about science now.
Look, mate, everybody knows that. Science has shown you that. Yeah. But freedom gives you the choice to make
that's why I believe in it.
Yeah, me too. But that's the same with vaccination.
Well, what are we even talking about then?
Well, that's the problem. The reason why I get upset is because we go through this whole stage of you saying I believe in lizard people or science is what I think. You don't believe it. Tell me I don't believe in science, or saying let's go back to the good old days. I'm like, mate, look.
No. I was asking when. No. I don't believe there was good old days. I believe now are the good days. I'm asking you when the good old days were.
Mate, the good old days were literally about a fucking year ago or 2 years ago before this shit happened. Because right now they've passed that identify and disrupt law. They're trying to pass vaccination passport. They're already mandating vaccination or you lose your job. And they're not even fucking helping people.
This is crazy that you're talking about the good old days being 2 years ago. So what? We were all living in idyllic little fucking wind in the willows,
but
bridges
like,
over ponds, kind
obviously
of
not.
trickly willow
like,
trees. Fucking what?
This is the problem.
And
I'm
I'm
sorry.
literally
Like,
reading
it's
this stuff.
exactly
No.
this.
The
It's
problem is
exactly
that
this
you're
attitude that's the problem. That's
focusing
the problem
on
because you're going to wake up in
that
10
pandemic.
years and we're going to be living in a nightmare. Because all it takes is for another pandemic
So
to
it's going to
happen,
be
which could
10 years
easily be
before we're
happening.
Pandemics do
nightmare.
happen all the time.
We could live in it. We
Every
could be
100
living
years
in
or
a
so.
nightmare, mate. We really could.
So why wouldn't you want to
Because
live in the moment then?
I can't
Why
live in the
wouldn't you just
moment.
not
I
worry
can't fucking
about
go
it?
outside.
Why would you give a shit if you whacked off on your computer and some like sneaky politician wanted to know all about you?
Because I can't go outside right now, and I actually give a fuck about the next generation. Like, you don't care.
That's more of a
like, oh, whatever.
climate
Who
change
cares
problem.
about someone's kids? In 10, 20, 50
I absolutely
years,
care about the next
when
generation. Actually, you know what?
well,
I care
like,
about
think
generations
about
in
well,
1,000
then think
years.
about what that statement you say means. Then, well, why would
Which
you
statement?
care about whacking off in front of your computer and the government
Yeah, why
watching
would
you?
you?
Like, because it leads
perfectly
to them
natural.
trying to
think
control
Peter's
every fucking movement of your
exaggerating.
life.
He's just taking the piss. All right, he does
I
care.
know. This is the problem, though. Like, I know you care. I know you're not some fucking
No,
arsehole.
I think what's
But
happening is a knee-jerk reaction.
we're living in a
aggressive.
situation. No, because we're living in a situation right now that calls for people actually to actually just not blasé it with some bullshit statement, to be funny. Like, mate,
Well,
right
occasionally
now,
there's got to
people
be
are
some
losing
sort of
their
humor
entire lives.
because
you
you
can't
will.
because you
There's
can't be
nothing
funny
funny about it. But
No, I'll tell you
sometimes,
why.
sometimes a bit of comedy makes a bit of laughter is
In
nice.
this situation,
It
you're
doesn't,
not coming down from a level
Being a
10.
disaster.
It's what's making people just ignore it.
It can't. A
Yeah.
conversation can't happen naturally.
Well, look,
if you're
you've got
triggered by every
politicians in your
phrase.
family, right? You've got politicians in your family. You didn't even know about identify and destruct. I only found out about it because I don't just watch. I found out about it because I don't just watch fucking Channel 7
You
News
watch
and read the
everything.
Guardian.
You're more into the news
Can you
than
just let
anyone
me?
I've ever
Can you
met.
let me finish?
I'm letting you finish. But
The only reason why I found
you can't
out.
speak forever.
Fuck.
I'll give you 10 seconds. I'll give you 10 seconds.
The only reason.
And that's it. All right. After that, you've got to be silent for 3 minutes.
The only reason why I found out about it. The only fucking reason why I found out about it is because I don't just watch Channel 7 and read The Guardian and watch BBC. I watch all of those and then I watch all the other shit. All the other shit that everyone else calls me a conspiracy theorist for watching. Because they're the only places that are actually giving you this information. Whether you believe their ideology or not, it makes no difference. It's irrelevant whether they're right-wingers or whether they're religious or whatever it is. It has no fucking bearing.
Saying that
the only thing that has bearing on
more right.
The only thing that has it's got nothing to do with more right or not. They're not censoring information. Now, government propaganda is real.
What do you mean censor? Like, so is the information like opposite, or is it like just
dude? If you read The Guardian right now, or watch the BBC or Channel 7 or anything related to government, like state-run media or state-influenced media, right? You cannot get any of this information. They barely talk about it. And when they mention it with the same bullshit phrases you hear. Conspiracy theory news, right-wing media, neo-Nazi. It's bullshit. I found out about identify and destruct from watching Alex Jones, for fuck's sake. That guy is the biggest conspiracy theorist of the last 20 years. But he's the only guy fucking telling you shit.
I've got it. You tell me I sit down and don't listen to other stuff. I listen to Alex Jones.
Mate, he's the only one he's the only one that's actually giving you the real information. Whether you believe in his ideology or you believe in his crazy
for your bunker.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, so that's the thing. Like, whether you believe in his ideology or not, it's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. Actually, I think it's totally
okay. Well, you didn't know about identify and disrupt, and you've got politicians in your family. Now, I found out about it because I was watching it. I was watching Greg Reese. I was watching Greg Reese.
But you're talking about like a brand new legislation of 2021, right?
That happened over.
It's an amendment. It was actually an amendment from a 2004 and a 1976 legislation.
Look, mate, that doesn't make any difference whatsoever whether it was an amendment or not. They amended it to fucking be able to hack your phone.
You've just told me about it, and I just looked it up.
It's got nothing to do with it. When you say, oh, they amended it, that doesn't make it any less fucking tyrannical what they've done.
Well, there's definitely...
They could never have amended that without coronavirus. They amended it, right, because the public health order was being sidestepped by the law. No, they amended it because they needed to be able to hack people's phones. They amended it to be able...
Motherfucker.
Listen, I think you guys are just arguing points that are not really bringing
We're
the
just going around
forward.
in circles because,
exactly.
like,
so I'm going to ask you direct questions
even when I'm telling you the truth, you just want to fucking take the piss. So
no one's taking the piss at the moment.
Anyone,
all right?
No,
let me ask you questions.
This is why.
I don't know what the truth
in 10
is.
Years it's going to end
all I ever said was I believe in the consensus.
Listen. Neither of us.
In 10 years, it's going to be a nightmare.
None of us.
This is why in 10 years it's going to be a nightmare. This is why.
Yeah, because Alex Jones.
You actually believe.
I want to move on. Okay.
No, because you actually believe
Alex Jones's buckets in their freaking shelters.
There you go. All right, legend.
All right. Listen. Okay, so we want the world to not be awful, right? We want it to be good, and that's the whole point of this whole conversation, right? So, what is the ultimate setup?
When was
you're
it ever
talking about
good?
democracy. You're saying 1 year ago or 2 years ago we had an idyllic world.
That's
right?
not true.
No,
well,
but
yeah, it was. If you were living in the moment, then yeah, it was.
No,
absolutely.
but Nico's like focusing directly on this pandemic
situation.
The pandemic is only a minor, like, glitch. Like it's like it happens every 100 years or so. You know, the last one was 1918.
You're actually living in this fantasy. It wasn't actually 1918. Actually, there was another one. There was a swine flu epidemic. There's been a BSE epidemic. There's been another.
And by the way,
that was not as many people died. Like 50
the syphilis
million
thing was 1932.
How many people died in that one?
Oh, it said about 400 Black American males, and because what they did was
400.
they got all these guys with syphilis.
Feel sorry for them, but that's it. 400 is not enough.
It's horrible, but because there was
million.
penicillin available for them, but they didn't give it
Well,
to them.
look at the one they did in '68, because there's another one they did in '68.
Well, what happened? What about AIDS? AIDS was fucking big, wasn't it?
I mean,
isn't that still happening in Africa?
The record for the 100 men.
Well, in Australia, not so long ago, pharmaceutical companies were fucking giving fucking AIDS tainted blood to haemophiliacs, and they knew about it.
Which one?
And the Australian government knew about it. I don't know.
What was that about?
But the Australian government knew about it. That's the problem.
Which part of it? Because they wouldn't have been sharing information, because they wouldn't have had sharing.
Just Google it, mate. Just Google it. They knew about it. There's still lawsuits going on about it right now.
Will it be like under the
fucking now?
Bigfoot, under the Bigfoot files?
Yeah, that's where it is.
Peter, stop it. Listen.
Sorry, I've just had half a bottle of wine.
Okay. Listen, this whole pandemic conversation, I understand it is current, right? We are in the middle of a pandemic. There are lockdowns. Now, let me ask you about lockdowns, Nico. Is this the main concern for you about the pandemic? What is the main concern?
Mate, look, lockdowns work to stop the spread of a virus. So there's no doubt about that. You keep people away from each other. It works, right? The problem is they give you this bullshit on the media, and when they do government press conferences, that they actually tell you that we can reach herd immunity. We cannot reach herd immunity. That was a lie, and they knew it was a lie. You can't reach herd immunity with an RSV virus that just spreads around fucking everywhere. It's not going to happen.
You're right, but
and we're not going to do it either. We're not going to. No, we can't.
We won't run out of respirators.
We will never be close to it. This thing is fucking 30 times more transmissible.
Yes. Peter brings up a good point about that whole
more transmissible than the flu.
Beating the curve thing.
Right.
What is that about?
We can't flatten the curve. Okay, all right. We've got 1,000 people nationwide in hospital, right? Nationwide, 1,000 people, right? Why are the hospitals so overrun with 1,000 people? You know why?
No. Isn't it to do with like the concern about
because there's other things that apart from coronavirus that are going on as well.
Oh, because so you think 1,000 people can cripple one of the richest nations?
They didn't just invent
nations in the world's health system.
Coronavirus.
Well, you say health system as if it's
immortal. Are you honestly actually going to believe that you reckon 1,000 people can cripple a health system?
Like, if they
do you honestly believe that
with 10 other people each?
I think the numbers are wrong then. No, I don't think it can.
No,
I don't think
of course, you've seen it happen in other countries.
Go
people are crying.
On the Australian government
you see
website.
Nurses crying on the
internet. You're ignoring everything I'm talking about. These are facts.
You must be talking about massive
You're ignoring
ICU patients.
No, but nurses are crying in these podcasts, right? And in these videos.
Less than.
Paul, they're saying they can't find enough. They can't find enough body bags.
Okay. Why am I even speaking? I'm giving you facts here, and you're not listening.
Oh, sorry. Right? Let's obey the tyrant. Go.
No, I'm saying is you're asking me, and I'm trying to tell you.
I'm sorry. My information is of no validity whatsoever.
No, but you don't.
Why don't you just play back to me what I just told you? Why don't you just play back to me what I just said to you?
So you're talking about that they don't have enough body bags to take away the dead.
Yeah,
right? You asked me before, what's the problem? You asked, what's the problem with lockdown? Lockdowns work. They do work. The problem is they lied to you when they tell you they can reach herd immunity. They cannot. There's fucking 200 countries in the world and they cannot reach herd immunity. They've done everything to try. It's never going to work. It's more transmissible than the flu. We've had the flu for hundreds of years. We cannot reach herd immunity. Vaccine doesn't work. It's not going to stop the spread. Multiple studies have been done now. It does not help. It does not stop any viral load compared to vaccinated and unvaccinated. The only thing it does help is certain people will get less severe symptoms, but only for 6 months so far, because all of those people.
I think when you say certain people, you mean majority of people.
No, I mean like people with comorbidities. Look, at the end of the day, mate.
No. Not even comorbidities. You're talking the majority of people.
Older people. No, I'm not talking about a majority of people at all.
Will not need a respirator if they get it.
0 to 18 years of age, it's a 99.9% recovery rate with no hospitalization and no vaccination.
And he says otherwise. Okay. So there you go,
mate. These are facts. You can go check these stats. You can go check these stats on any government website. He is actually, yeah, because there you can check the stats.
What's your solution, Nico?
0 to 8. Let me just finish, right? 0 to 18 years of age. It's a 99.9% recovery rate for anyone who gets coronavirus. Yeah. 18 to 40. It's a 99.98%. Yeah. Over 40 to 65. It's a 99.
Sorry, what's the fact?
0 to 18 years of age. 99. It's a 99.99% recovery rate.
Oh, 0 to 18?
Yeah, 0 to 18.
The whole population of the world.
Well, you can't do that because everyone doesn't fucking get coronavirus.
Which brings me back to the question.
Effects.
You want to let the old people die?
No.
Yes,
mate,
so.
Like I said to you, look, lockdown, it works for a time. It destroys lives, but it does stop the spread. It does keep the virus in one area of the community for a certain amount of time. The problem is, when you keep people inside,
like in
the virus
school
spreads.
Area where they can go see their grandmas and grandpas and stuff.
Mate, look, if you keep people indoors, the virus spreads more in those areas. If you go outside, the virus doesn't spread outside. That's fact.
Peter, just
we live in
please let Nico just finish this point.
I
want to hear what you're saying about letting people die.
There are 1,000 people in hospital right now, nationwide in all of Australia, right?
Just
less than 300 of them are in ice. Just 1,000. I know that. It's a fact.
I reckon there's more than 1,000 people in hospital just in Adelaide.
There's 1,000 people in hospital nationwide for coronavirus. 1,000 people for coronavirus nationwide in Australia, right? Less than 300 of those are in ICU. It's easy, actually. You can go on the Australian.gov website.
Okay, go on. Move on. Okay, we trust you. Go on. What's the point?
Less than 300 of those are in ICU, right? My point is, when they tell you, right, 200 children are in hospital, right? Yeah, that's true, right?
but they're not in hospital being treated.
Yeah,
they're
okay.
in hospital
We didn't hear some fucking
So is it
reporter
not
say
serious
that.
for these people, or what? What's going? I don't understand what's going
they're
on.
in hot.
Serious?
They're in hot.
He's talking
Sorry?
about the news not giving us the proper
Right.
perspective on facts. All right. Now keep moving, Nico,
Right.
please.
Sounds brand new.
I am. Just if you want to interrupt me, then it's going to be
No,
harder, but I'll
you've
just
got to be
finish my
faster
point,
with
and then
getting to the point.
Okay, right. When they tell you that there's 300 children in hospital, yeah, there are 300 children in hospital. But you know what they're doing? They're sitting there in isolation because they have coronavirus. They have no symptoms. One of their elder parents has it, and they have to stay in hospital because they can't go to their relatives because they'll pass on coronavirus there. Point one. Yeah. Point two.
I mean, that just sounds like a story. You're
1,000
like 300 kids in hospital sitting in isolation. Like, what the hell does that
All right,
mean?
I lied. It's not true. It's a conspiracy theory. It's a lie.
Let's
all
just
right?
get on
Or
with it.
possibly.
Just get
It's
on
not,
with it.
mate. It's
right?
true.
Peter, please
You
let
can
him
look it up.
I'm
It's
sure
true,
this is
mate.
only like a 30-second discussion. Go on this particular topic.
1,000 people nationwide in hospital, right? 1,000 people. Do you know that just a few months ago, 4 newborn babies died in South Australia? Do you know why they died? They didn't die of coronavirus. They died because they needed life-saving heart surgery. And the only hospital that can do that surgery is in Victoria. They couldn't get over the border because of the lockdown restrictions. Now,
So you're
that
saying
means that we're
only
1,000.
4
That
children died
means
out of like thousands of children, rather than in the past, in the good old days when 25% of them died.
I'm hanging up. All right, you're a dickhead. That's a fucking stupid statement to make. I'm sorry. I don't want to
Please,
abuse
Well, it
you.
was a silly
That is just
analogy,
a stupid
Stan. It's
Peter,
statement.
please just
talking
let
about
It's
him.
not
Let
an
him just
analogy.
finish. Let him just
It's
finish.
not it's not a stupid analogy. The reason why those kids died is because they couldn't get over the border. That means those 1,000 patients that are in hospital nationwide, that a small percentage of them are in ICU. It means they're clogged up in one fucking hospital because they can't get airlifted or driven to another hospital where there's fucking no one there. That's my point.
All right, let
This
me
is
just
the
tell you
problem.
something. Listen,
It's the
a lot of people are
incompetence that is
smashed. A lot of
making
people
this
are
happen.
smashed, in particular, in this conversation. All right. Now we just want you to continue the points.
If you were, just answer me this. If you were the king, right? If you were Scott Morrison or whoever, would you honestly make that the mandate for the lockdown?
What do you mean the mandate for the lockdown? First of all, he's not the king.
Like, would
he's
you
the prime
make it?
minister.
Would you?
Look,
Would you?
he just
Okay,
let him
whatever.
say king.
You know
doesn't
what
matter.
I mean? It was an analogy. But let's
No.
just say that you were making the decisions, right, Peter? You were making the decisions based on what happens with the restrictions that were related to lockdown. Would you make it that you couldn't airlift or drive a bunch of people to another hospital in another state because the lockdown restrictions stop you doing it?
What are my options? Like, what's the?
Just that. Would you make it like that you couldn't take someone to another hospital?
If I could save someone's life by airlifting them from one hospital to the other, I would do that for sure.
There you go. We can't do that because the lockdown stops you doing it. The restrictions, they're not allowed to. They're kept in these hospitals where there's too many of them and they don't have enough respirators and they don't have enough nurses and they can't take them elsewhere because the lockdown stops them doing it. This bullshit.
Well,
that's
if only people were
incompetent
vaccinated,
bullshit.
we would have spare
Well,
respirators.
that's another myth because vaccination does not stop the spread of the virus. It helps a certain amount of people, a certain demographic. It keeps a certain demographic off a respirator. Yeah, it doesn't stop the hospital clogging up. No, mate, it does not the majority. The majority of people in hospital are not on respirators. They're just there being monitored because they're scared they're going to die of coronavirus.
The majority of people that have to go on respirators would not have to if they were vaccinated.
Well, the Israeli figures would disagree with you because after 6 months, the vaccine wears off.
What about the Australian figures? How about those ones? Because that's where we live.
Well, you've got to go on the figures of what's going to tell you what's going to happen in the future. Right?
So we're going to go
Israel,
on
90, yeah, because they're nearly a year ahead of everybody else. They're 90% double vaccinated and 2 million are triple vaccinated. And they've still got the same death rate as they had 6 months before the first vaccination happened. So what the fuck? That doesn't tell me that a vaccine is working perfectly. It tells me
listen.
You can
Well,
look at
we
the
can agree.
graph
We
and
can
see what
consider that.
happens.
Look. We don't disagree.
That,
listen, okay,
sure.
Nico, listen, time out. I'm doing the T sign, right? We're not disagreeing with everything you say, all right? That sounds like totally good evidence.
Hey, you're the boss of this. Don't say we.
All right. I'm saying me, all right? I don't think that there's disagreement guaranteed.
No.
In your comments, Nico.
But
when you speak like that,
there's a lot of facts that Nico said that I agree with, for sure.
Exactly. And Peter's logical, all right? But if you provoke him, he's going to be sarcastic. So please, let's just bring the
That's because I work
the breath into the conversation without yelling. All right.
I'm shushing.
Not you. I'm just saying everybody. All right. Please speak as a person, not as a fucking monster.
Well, I mean, there's honestly, there's not much else I can say because every statistic I throw at you.
No, we're not disagreeing with everything. No, we're not.
Well, okay. I'm going to have to disagree because I don't think these are statistics you're saying, like they're anecdotes that you're saying.
You think? All right.
I think so.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm just gonna. You can think what you like. I'm just gonna get it up.
Peter,
I'm gonna send it.
No.
I'm getting it up. I'm bringing it up. I'm bringing it up right now. Right, and then I'm gonna send it to Paul.
No, yep. Well, I don't want to read shit. All right, listen, Peter.
In
the Israel example, he's talking about a third booster or second booster shot. That's a vaccine plus a booster plus a booster.
Which vaccine were they using?
That's the same as us, mate. They're using Pfizer and they're using Moderna.
Okay. Yep.
What a surprise! What a surprise that fucking those small amount of vaccine companies have a monopoly on everything. They've also got a monopoly on the drugs that
they've joined agencies in the past and created a better product.
No, it's not a better product. They've caused a fucking opioid epidemic in America, mate. Well, it's not a better product. Okay, they've literally just got a fucking tyranny.
Yes, that's another. You know what? That's a completely different subject. But yes, okay.
It's not this different subject at all.
It is a freaking different
same subject.
Come on,
dude. Why do you think that?
What do you want to talk about? Why do you think wars of the 30s then, and they're connected? Nah, it's a different subject. Come on, at least admit that.
It's not a different subject. The figures that we're going off.
America is the same.
The figures that all the Western world are going off, right, are from the FDA, they're from the CDC, and they're from the NIH, right? Sure. Those whole three agencies are totally corrupted. They've had a revolving door with executives of Pfizer for the last 20 years.
If they were corrupt, they call out of business. There might be elements that are sure, but the whole situation is not.
No, it's exactly the same thing that's been happening for the last 20 years in the web. It's not. It's exactly the same problem that's happened in the weapons industry over the last 20 years. Yeah, they've lobbied government.
The weapons
lobbied government, and now that.
Great awesome bit of engineering. Created heaps of extra.
Paul,
what was that? Sorry.
The weapons industry. Because it's
there you go, Paul. Check that out.
The airplanes, things like airplanes and stuff. Like, look, you know what? I'm not technical. I always go with the consensus. But every time there's a war, I'm not advocating for war. But in the past, it's already happened, and we have benefited out of the technology that has come out of those wars.
Who's talking about the technology, mate? Technology is like innovative research. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about
technology.
Big corporations.
It is what it is.
I'm talking about big corporations lobbying government and the generals. You could just Google, mate, the companies that fucking profited off the last 20 years of the war in the Middle East.
You reckon I'm going to get a great answer?
Well, mate, look, it's no like
I'll do it now.
Conspiracy, right? The companies that lobbied government over the last 20 years that profited over the war in the Middle East.
Pharma has had some dodgy decisions in the past, but
Well, we're trusting the very same agencies and the very same pharmaceutical companies that caused an opioid epidemic in America.
You know what?
So that
find a mountain.
I'm going on.
Find a mountain and go live there and see how far you get.
Hey guys, can I just ask you each, one at a time, what you want to see happen with society in the next 100 years?
I want you just to look at your messages for a sec, mate.
All right, let's have a look. Let's everyone just not listen to the radio for a second, because this is going to take about 10 minutes. All right, first one. It's a graph or a table. I need my glasses.
Yeah, look at the source. Look at the source. Yeah, got
Okay,
it from
so the
government
source is
website.
the Department of Health, State and Territories report from the 2nd of October, which is today.
I'll send you the link just in case you want to believe that I made that graph by myself.
This chart shows the number of COVID-19 cases currently in hospital, including cases in ICU, which means
the orange is the ICU
unit.
Sorry, intensive care
unit
in Australia and each state and territory. Each bar represents those in ICU and not in ICU by state and territory. So Australia is showing 1,166.
Hospital is the blue.
So
ICU
hospital is the blue.
The orange.
Okay, so
302 in ICU, 1,166 in hospital.
Okay, so COVID-19 cases currently in hospital. 1,166 are in hospital without being in ICU, and 302 are in hospital in ICU.
Okay.
Remarkably low figures on a world scale. Okay, ACT.
No, hang on. The only figures I need to know from the conversation we've just had is what is the percentage of those 300 people that have been double vaccinated? And what is the percentage that's been single vaccinated, and what has been zero vaccinated?
On this graph, it doesn't. On this graph, it doesn't show that info.
Why would it, man? It probably came from the Alex Jones website.
Well, I mean, you're asking for a specific
crazy information like that.
Oh no, I can't watch the 1 minute video where there's audio. That's probably.
So this is why we're never going to have an intellectual.
Well, why wouldn't
I just sent Paul a screenshot and I sent him to the link to health.gov.au. So stop being an idiot.
But no.
Just stop it, mate. Just stop it. You never get. No, it's not a straw man
argument.
I just proved my point. My point to you is that we have 1,000 people in hospital, right?
Give me the evidence.
All of them pretty much. There's the evidence.
Okay, let me ask you. Stop.
I'm talking about the amount of people
in ICU that have been double vaccinated, single vaccinated, zero vaccinated. I guarantee.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
I think Nico's point here is that he's saying that there are very low figures.
Of course, they're not.
You've
got less people right now that are vaccinated in Australia than are vaccinated.
I would expect that.
No,
so what does that make?
There are three. Okay, the maximum, the number of people in the whole of Australia as of today, according to this graph, as provided by the Australian Government Department of Health, is 302. That's not very many people.
Yeah.
And we're talking about.
Look at 800, and look where 800 of them are.
Yeah, most of them are in
New South Wales.
By a long shot. New South Wales.
Why can't we fly some of those to South Australia and WA where there are no cases in hospital?
Because the planes probably don't accommodate ICU.
No,
I don't understand you're saying that.
We're one of the top 5 richest countries in the world. Yeah, we spent $8 billion on vaccines, right? That you and I have paid for.
Actually, most of the money's probably been on JobSeeker and JobKeeper. That was a lot.
Peter, but we're talking about medical expenses. Now, this is a low number. So what's your point?
We spend a lot of money on medicine in Australia.
So your point is basically that the vaccine and the entire pandemic is not worth the lockdowns. Is that what you're saying?
My point is, you've got 3 pharmaceutical companies that have just lobbied us and got a complete fucking stranglehold on our government, which are stopping us from getting any kind of drugs.
They're the only ones with the technology to make it in the first place.
That's complete.
You can't make it in your own little valley over in the other tribe.
Why don't you Google and see how many vaccine companies there are?
Get some information.
You're so wrong.
You're
so wrong. Who do you think has vaccinated half of Europe? You're so wrong. You
I don't
have
know,
no
probably
idea what you're
probably
talking
a
about.
conglomerate of agencies.
Mate, there's multiple, like hundreds.
Exactly.
My biggest question is: are there countries that have not been vaccinated at all, and how's their death rate and ICU rate going?
It's actually not that
India's,
much different
India's
at
a
all.
fairly good example at the moment because of
Which
the
country?
religion. India.
I thought
Google that
India
one,
had a
man.
pretty high. No, I'm like okay. I don't know how to deal with 302.
You know what?
302 cases in
telling you
ICU
to.
in Australia.
Horrible.
That's information provided by the Department of Health, which Nico just sent me, right? That's a very low number of people dying with like three of those 302 people. Some of those people
You
will
got to think.
die.
You got to think as well. Like there is a percentage of that 1,000 people that are literally just sitting in hospital. They're not there like in intensive care or being treated.
Well, it could be that
Because
those
when
of those
when
1,000.
but they're
no,
surely
I agree.
when one family right who's in lockdown and they get coronavirus and it spreads throughout their home, their whole family have to go into hospital because they can't go to their siblings and all of that or their uncles.
Well,
or
that
whatever,
can't be a
because
proper statistic then. What are you talking about?
That's
300.
that's
no,
an even
because
bigger.
This is where numbers
That's an
become
even bigger
crazy.
problem.
well, that number is not reflected in this. If you're giving 302 people in ICU,
You're wrong. You're
plus
wrong. You're wrong.
1,166 people in all of Australia affected by COVID-19, that can't reflect all the families as well. That number is not big enough.
It does. It does, mate. It does.
Okay,
I'm telling you, it's a fact.
Then the entire blue part of this graph, and we're getting 302 people in ICU, and we're getting 1,000.
Well, it's not the entire.
No,
you
stop
are going to
listening.
have people who. Yeah.
Fucking halfway through my sentence. 302 people
Sorry.
in orange in ICU, then 1,166 people in hospital with COVID-related symptoms. I mean,
The entire.
are you not including the
in the
families
entire-
in
By
that
the way,
number?
I can't see this graph.
Because that
decaying
doesn't
in any
equal how
way,
many
shape,
people would
or form.
probably be in a family on average, right? If we get 2.
even if that entire number was ICU, yeah, you could easily solve that problem by flying them to other hospitals. I'm sorry.
No, I
Like
see that that's true.
The healthcare
could survive
system
that
is not
flight.
overrun, right?
You mean
no,
the one
it's
they've
not.
crippled
It's
it?
not.
You mean
They've crippled it
not.
through incompetence.
Who said it's overrun?
They've crippled it.
Who said it's
The
overrun?
fucking news tell you it's overrun every day. Look at the news.
I haven't
They go,
seen
look at Dan Andrews. Every fucking day he tells you that.
I haven't
Every
heard him say
fucking
that.
day. Mate,
You're
I
listening to
watch it
Dan
every
Andrews in
day.
Victoria. You're in New South Wales. What are you talking about? Why are you listening to New South Wales?
Mate, they have
Victorian news?
Mate, they have a 45-minute press conference every day to announce the cases.
That's how
every
much
fucking
time you
day.
spend on the Victorian segment of your research. Holy shit,
I
that's
watched
very
Alex Jones one as well. That was very interesting. Have you looked up
I
Alex
watch
Jones
all of
before,
them,
Paulie?
Alan Jones, isn't he some kind
Alex
of racist
Jones.
motherfucker? I don't
Yeah.
know about Alex Jones.
The guy that sells dried food to people who want to build bunkers and have machine guns.
Look, I just don't think that. Yeah, no, I agree with Nico here. This is a very low number of people in hospital under ICU that Australia
It's
has
not
no
Paul,
problem
it's
dealing with.
conspiracy. It's conspiracy. That's not the government website.
I know you're taking the piss, right?
A conspiracy theorist made that website up.
No,
right?
no. I can see
I've
it's
shut
the
the fuck
Australian
up for a
government
while now.
Department of Health header, right? Okay, so 302 people are currently in ICU as of today.
The reason, look, I'll just tell you now, Peter. I'll just tell you now, Peter.
I see
right?
you
For the first year and a half, right, I went along with this bullshit, right? I lost everything. All my savings got raped. I got no help from the government, right? And now I'm losing all my work because I won't be vaccinated, right? I went along for a year and a half with this bullshit. And when I started seeing shit like this, I started thinking, man, that is just grave incompetence. But then I thought to myself, man, a fucking 6-year-old can work out to solve that problem. They're doing it on purpose. And that's why I lead down the conspiracy route, because they are doing that on purpose.
What do you mean on purpose?
Laws like
I don't
I think there's a bit of
when you
Dunning-Kruger
see when you see laws like identify and disrupt get passed, and they're wasting resources and money to have policemen go door to door to isolated communities.
In the moment, what are you talking about?
To isolated communities that are fucking talking about protesting on Facebook. Yeah, that says to me this has got more to do with government control than it has to do with a fucking pandemic. Why would you waste money like that?
Why are you no, because they're incompetent. Why are you thinking this is premeditated?
They're not incompetent. They're not incompetent, mate. They're not incompetent.
You're claiming
you do not get.
Are you claiming
do not get,
this is premeditated?
Yes, completely. Yes.
So this
what they look, man. There's already fact right now. The Intercept, through Freedom of Information Act, sued the U.S. government to get the documents related to gain of function research. Right? There is no conspiracy anymore. It's a fact they made it in a lab. The only conspiracy is whether they released it on purpose. It's a fact they made it in a lab. Fact.
Released what?
The virus, the coronavirus. The only conspiracy is whether it escaped from the lab by accident. Well, we don't know whether they released it on purpose.
There's lots of conspiracy theories, but
I can tell you the people who made the virus. It was the Eco Health Alliance, the NIH, and which was funded by the Gates Foundation. This is where the whole Bill Gates conspiracy. Well, look, man, the reality is during the Obama administration, right? Obama goes on a press conference.
Serious?
And he
you
says,
reckon the coronavirus? It's like it's not even an advanced virus, man. It's got a fucking, like you said before, 99.98% fucking viral.
That is a good consideration. Virus, yeah, that's right.
If you're gonna make a fucking virus, why would you make a pussy ass virus that?
You could re-release the bubonic plague.
Yeah, and then fuck science.
No, they were fuck them all. They were testing transmissibility. Right, coronavirus has got human DNA.
With the Russians,
what they wanted to do, well, the Chinese were involved. They did it in Wuhan.
Oh yeah.
Like it was right. What they were taking human DNA, combining it with bat DNA, right, making coronaviruses to make it more transmissible.
It sounds unnecessary. The bubonic plague is already highly transmissible. Are you trying to say they were making
Batman? Are you seriously trying to say
that they were doing it? They were doing it to test vaccines, to make vaccines. That's what they were doing. Right?
That doesn't sound like a very good virus, Nico. Like seriously, what Peter said,
science.
It sounds like a very weak virus. Given what
because Batman's a weak superhero
in supply,
he's only a human.
Plague is already
he's got nothing against Superman.
Look, Peter, shut up. There's no fucking good pain and death coming from this shitty little virus that they've brought out.
It's a great virus, man. Of course, if you're going to make a virus, weak virus. Make a good fucking virus.
No, if you're going to make a good virus, you just plunge in.
It'd be like
bubonic plague.
7.5 billion hammers that just drop down from the top and they just hit everyone.
Now, Nico, what do you have to say about that in terms of the virus being weak as shit?
You just think it's conspiracy theory. So
no. I'm not going to let you go there. I want you to answer the fucking question.
Go back to
the bubonic plague is much more potent than this bullshit virus. All right. If this was strategy to destroy mankind, why didn't they release the bubonic plague and just give themselves?
I did not say it was a strategy to destroy. I didn't say it's a strategy to destroy mankind. I believe it's a strategy to profit from pharmaceutical drugs like vaccines. B, crash the world economy. Right.
For what reason?
C, to crash because mate, the financial system. Haven't you noticed that the economy just seems to be turning around just fine?
The only thing about the economy I noticed is I work and then I get paid and then it goes in my bank. And take a look. Take a look part of the machine,
at the stock market. Nothing's changed.
Of course it hasn't. If a country floated on the currency.
No, mate. If a country's it's
do you reckon hedge fund people have any advantage to anyone else? There's people who have made up.
It's floating. It's floating because they're printing money. Yeah, 40% of the money on the stock exchange is not even printed. 40% of the money on the stock exchange is debt. It's not like real money.
Sure, that's fine.
It's just debt,
bonds,
right? But it's not fine because when multiple economies around the world shut down, right?
We've
and
seen
the stock
it before,
market
haven't we?
just
What was
keeps
it?
turning,
2007 in America? It was pretty bad. You could buy a
we
house.
haven't seen it. The stock market crashed.
That wasn't.
It hasn't crashed.
That wasn't the good old days.
Oh God! All right.
That was 2007.
Okay, I don't even know why you even asked me because you just asking me
because we keep circling to this same shit about like, oh, the government's taking control of everything. Of course they fucking are, because we want them to. We vote them in, and they fucking sort our shit out. We live in a great fucking country. We've got a shitty little army of 35,000. And if Indonesia tried to invade us, if we had no help from America, we'd last 2 weeks. Guarantee you that. I know.
Peter sounds like he's getting sidetracked. It is.
What do you mean?
Not real. No, because you're talking about national defense. It's not relevant to the conversation. So.
Okay. What? No. So national defense is nothing to do with taxes and the socialism that we.
You could link it if you wanted to in a side conversation.
Communism. We're in communist thing. You know, having armies and healthcare.
No, the conversation. The topic at hand is.
Well, mate, just get all your information from your friend who fucking lived in China for 6 months. Look.
The deal is not between you and Peter, all right?
I can do this. I can do this straw man game as well. So
we can't have a conversation about you and Peter arguing about each other, all right? This is not going to work.
Yeah, but it's just ridiculous. It's like, we're living in communism.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
We're just moving slowly. We're moving slowly towards that.
All right.
And then when you say something like, "I care about the next generation," and then say, "I don't." Of course, the government are taking control. We vote them in so we can just let them sort our shit out. No, we don't. I think that.
No, I think Peter would agree with you on that if he was not angry at you for some reason, which is probably because you're yelling at him. But listen.
No, because he's just taking the piss. Everything.
No, because maybe because you're yelling at him constantly.
Yeah, right? Because he's just taking the piss. Well, no, because it started out like he just take anything I say. Just take.
No, because he's pissed off and he can't smash you in real life. If you
because that's the problem. Because even from the very beginning of this, if you play it back, or anything I say, just take the piss. And I'm like, well, if you ridicule someone, you're not going to get a fucking great response.
Well, that's what's happening with you non-stop. It's not fair the way you're talking. We want points, and we want discussion, and you're just like aggressive.
Yeah, but any point that someone else makes, I'm not sitting there just saying that you're a conspiracy theorist or a right winger or you don't believe in science.
He wasn't. He didn't start out like that. He didn't start out like that.
I've never even said you're a conspiracy theorist. Okay. I've only ever tried to match your points. And to be honest. To be honest, this is a argument because I've literally repeated the stuff you've said.
Look,
and that's my argument.
Listen, how have you repeated
aggression is met with sarcasm.
I never said we were living in communism. I never said that. Right? I never said that it was better back in the 1800s. I never said that.
I kind of feel like I want to give Peter a pat on the back for being so laid back about the aggression you're giving to him. Right? He's not shouting back at you. All he's giving you is sarcasm. It's generous, if anything. All right. Now,
all right. If you
need to tone it down. All right. We are not your enemy. We're just asking you some questions about what you think about stuff. All right. There's no fucking. We're not the government. We can't make changes. We're not responsible for the problems that have happened. All right.
That's the problem.
So don't blame Peter. And if Peter,
I'm sorry, mate. You are. You get the government. You get the government you deserve. People get the government they deserve. And in 10 years,
there you go. That's your fault.
Yeah. So, you're going to wake up and it's going to be in a nightmare.
Come on, mate. Come on. Listen to me right now. Right. The government you deserve. Do you reckon there's a difference between the coalition and the Labor Party? If one was voted in, one wasn't, do you reckon they would have had?
No, I don't. I don't. Totally no. It's the same with Conservatives and Labor. There's no difference right now.
Australians are Australians, and the government runs how the government runs, and there's little difference between whatever fucking bullshit party you reckon you've voted in, you know, like your footy team. Oh yeah,
look, Peter. Look,
win.
Peter. I'd
You
agree
know,
with
oh,
you.
we won the
right?
competition.
I'd agree. I'd agree with you 5 years ago.
Everyone else has fucking ever lived.
Peter, I would agree with you 5 years ago, right? But
All
right now they're fucking passing law. They're amending laws like left, right, and centre.
All right,
and no one knows about it.
I will, and you know what? I've got to grant you in this conversation that I'm not under the same scrupulation that you are, and so I definitely don't have that same view. But yeah, so I've got to say that as well, because yeah,
you guys probably agree on a lot. All right, now stop fighting for fuck's sake.
it seems like a very small thing, but we get a bit aggressive about it too.
Yes, all right. Okay, let's stop that shit.
Now
let's move on with another question.
The problem is, right? I speak to people every day who are like intelligent, like you, grew up like educated, and they just make these points like, well, it doesn't matter. I'm like, mate, like it doesn't matter to you right now, right? In 10 years, 20 years time, people are going to wake up in a fucking nightmare. They're going to wake up in like a dictatorial or communist regime.
To be honest, 10 years or 20 years time, I'm more worried about the acidity levels of the ocean. Like, and I won't be able to get my tuna and fucking mackerel. You know, like that's what I'm more worried about in 10 or 20 years. I'm not worried about fucking.
Just to reiterate, Peter is a chef and Nico is a musician.
Right. Well, what about, I don't know, all the instruments have already been made.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't say instruments. You're talking about like knives then.
I don't even know why that's a point.
No, that's a strange point.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay. So, look, let's move on to what do you want the solution to be? Do you want to unlock borders? Do you want to, Nico, do you want to eradicate the lockdowns?
I think, right, there is a, I can't remember the title of the person in government who can do this, but there is one person in government that possesses a type of law, right? And this is mandated in Australian law, that they can determine that the current administration is violating human rights and they have to be removed. There is
the
someone, I
federal
can't remember
government or the state
at
government?
the federal level, yeah. The federal level.
This is strange because isn't this all been run by state governments so far? Like every state has their premier who just determines whether or not.
Yeah, but the person who's changing and making all these fucking amendments to all these laws, there's another one that's been done in South Australia, which is called Planning and Development, which is they amended that act. The federal government amended that, and it's fucked. Like it's totally.
It's like a think tank, yeah. Like it's a think tank, so they get heaps of people who are like, you know, they're into it, and they all get together and they talk about it, and they might not have the best answer, but they come up with the best answer that's appropriate for the time and the place, and that answer can change.
It seems very coincidental that they're doing it while no one's paying attention and no one can do anything about it.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people
exactly the way it happens.
I think there's no doubt people are paying attention.
They're not, though. No one knows about identifying disrupt. No one knows about it. It was never on the news. It was never no debate. No one talked about it. How can no one
know about it except for you? You know, like
you didn't know about it.
You just told me, so now I know. I guess I can tell the next person.
Well, great. A musician with no fucking work who watches fucking conspiracy theory videos told you that.
Yeah,
what does that fucking tell you?
I've got to say that Nico, you are the most researched person of your age that I know. You look at everything, and I agree. You are knowledgeable.
Well,
right?
I think there's too much.
Well, that's why
that's why I trust the consensus, dude. That's why, because you can't be a professional in everything. You need, what is it?
That's the problem.
The classic thing
that's the problem.
Everyone who does
trust
a trade,
the consensus.
It's 10. Well, why not be Ant? Because
because the government doesn't give a fuck about you.
10,000 hours, right? So if you do,
doesn't give a fuck
you're
about
a musician, you're great at your thing, right? Doesn't mean you can look up Facebook. Doesn't mean you're a doctor or anything, like. And
no, it doesn't. I'm not talking about making. I'm not talking about making
decisions
decisions on science. I'm not talking about making decisions on science, right?
No,
I'm just talking about the eradication of fucking
democracy.
democracy.
You should be going, okay, I'm going to trust that if the consensus, and the consensus, I'm not talking about like 60-40, like 60% believe and 40% don't believe, because then I'd be like, oh, whoa, that's not fucking true. But when shit's like 98% and 2%, come on, man.
I trust that I already had coronavirus.
You trust the 2%, right?
I trust that I already had coronavirus. I had an antibody test. I already had it, and I'm over it. I don't need a vaccine.
Well,
I trust that. That's science.
And hopefully you don't come in.
It's great.
Hopefully when you were sick, you didn't come in contact with someone who had autoimmune disease.
I probably did.
Did you?
Nico, listen.
I don't know, but it happened.
You didn't have
before the
coronavirus.
first lockdown.
You didn't have it.
I did get it. I had an antibody test. I've had it. I've got the antibodies. I've had it and I've gotten over it. I went to the doctor. I had an antibody test.
But there's like,
right?
Yeah, there's like that's not even a thing. I don't think. Like, there's not like an antibody test.
All right, okay. It was a fake clinic I went to. It was a fake doctor, and it's a fake.
Like, I don't know. I've never. Okay, you know what?
Peter, microphone.
Yeah, I've just changed the microphone because I've got a piss. But
I don't know what this whole thing is. When I say something, you just think I'm making it up.
No, he's angry at you. Okay, that's
not happening.
No. All right. So facts. Like Nico has seriously got.
I'll just tell you now. I'll just tell you. I'll just tell you right now. Peter. Yeah, I'm not here to lie to you, right? Everything I tell you, I double check. I tell you honestly. I swear on my mother. Everything I look at, yeah, whatever source I get it from, I double check it. I triple check it. I do. Honestly, I fact check as much as possible. And there are. So, example, right? I'll give you an example.
Yeah, no,
right?
you know what? I want to know what a triple check is.
Okay, all right, a triple check. So, let's think of an example. Sorry, wait there. There is. Okay. Let me just.
So, like, that's the first.
All right. Okay. Perfect example. Right. I saw on the news. This was on the news. This was on the BBC. They were talking about the coronavirus death rate. Right. This was before I started getting down into this whole business of not trusting fucking what they're telling me. This is after the first year, right? So, and I'm like, okay, fucking pandemic going along, wait for this vaccine to come and then we're all out of it. I start hearing all the statistics on the death rate of coronavirus, right? Then I actually see on an independent news outlet, and telling you that, hey, and it was actually Tony Robbins, right? It was Tony Robbins.
Oh, come on, bro! You can't keep saying these names.
I'm just saying it
was I know Tony Robbins.
The way I. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm telling you is, I saw on the BBC saying the death rate of coronavirus in the UK. How many people have died of coronavirus?
Motivation
in the UK,
speaker,
right?
Like the big tall man with massive hands. With a deep voice.
Let me finish, man.
Sorry,
let me finish.
Yeah, but you brought up Tony Robbins.
Oh God! All right. So I see on the BBC the coronavirus death rate, the amount of deaths we've had in the UK from coronavirus. Right. Then a couple of months later, I'm seeing a podcast with Tony Robbins speaking to his doctor about everything, the pandemic, the lockdown, comparing death rates of countries, comparing lockdown, how it works with certain countries, and the countries who haven't done lockdown hasn't really changed their statistics, like blah 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 blah. Then it gets to a rate where they talk about the death rate of coronavirus, and then he says how they classify a coronavirus death in the US. You can look this up on the CDC website how they classify a coronavirus.
I know there's heaps of shit about that. Yeah, go on, tell me.
It's someone who dies of coronavirus, dies testing positive of coronavirus within 28 days of testing positive. And it doesn't matter how they die. It's an automated system. They have to do it like that because there's just too many people.
A whole lot of other things, sure.
So when I start thinking, well, fuck, is that true? Do they do that in the UK?
Some examples? What are some examples of diseases they could have that they could die from while they had COVID?
They could have been fucking shot. There were people being fucking classified as coronavirus.
Oh no, but like in all seriousness, that's a bit of a weird one. But
in all seriousness, that was true. That's it.
Are you serious?
And then I go to
a shot victim.
I swear on my life. It was just anyone who tested positive and goes in.
Give me a news article that shows that
how many people
died of coronavirus.
How many people? Just look up how many people get shot in the US. Then you look at the coronavirus rate. It's the only way you can do it.
You're bullshitting.
You can't go through every.
There's nobody who is registered shot and then died of coronavirus. There's no fucking way.
I go to the UK. I go to the UK government.
I'd believe you.
There's no fucking way a single person was registered as death from coronavirus if they were shot to death.
Mate, it's a 99% recovery rate, right? If you get coronavirus.
Did Alex Jones tell you that one as well? Is that how he sold you the dehydrated
bucket? Sarcasm, no. Stop it.
What do you mean sarcasm?
Just
go look.
Nobody's fucking
died of
genuine conversation. If you want to do the same thing that we did before, I'll do the same thing I did before. I'll go to the website. Also had
coronavirus. They affected the numbers of the CDC. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Listen, it's a well-known.
It's an automated system.
It's a well-known
It's an
problem.
automated system.
It's a well-known problem that people are being registered.
Basically,
you
get a coronavirus
to
test.
up the numbers for the sake of the media having a better story.
Sure, that's well known, but that's comorbidity. It's more like diabetes or something. Yeah. And then this is where it goes back to the other argument,
but not
where
shot.
If the motherfuckers were double vaccinated, they wouldn't have fucking died, even if they had the fucking diabetes. Because they didn't have to go on.
Yeah, no, we okay, Nico, we agree with you that they're
go on to Worldometers.
They're fudging the figures, all right? Look, nobody's complaining about your statement about that.
I'm talking about consensus, man. I'm not talking about doing Facebook research. You know, I'm a fucking chef.
There we go.
I reckon I'm going to go get a medicine degree in the next 5 minutes. You're a musician, dude.
Mate, I'm not. Serious? I'm looking at Worldometers, mate. I'm looking at the. There's pretty much only.
I'm looking at
pretty unless you go right to each in America at least, unless you go to each state health department's website and add up all the statistics yourself and then come up and bring a graph and bring a chart and do all that shit. There are only really 3 or 4 like official websites you can check these things. It's the CDC.
I couldn't think of a better way to bring on pareidolia. I really couldn't think of a better way.
What's pareidolia?
All right.
It's when you make up your own nonsense from the nonsense you're looking at.
I never heard that before.
Okay, well, how is it nonsense when there aren't that many places to check the actual
Google it, bro. Mate. Google pareidolia.
Yeah. Okay. Forget about the definitions of words. Look, Liz. Look, Peter agrees
Worldometers,
that there is
world data,
absolutely
CDC, and any government website. They're the only numbers you can check.
There are fudging of
figures.
figures.
They're the only numbers you can check.
Look, everybody knows that the media fudges figures. What do you fucking?
I don't give a fuck about numbers when there's death.
All right, everyone knows that. All right, we are on your side about that. All right, okay. So next question, Peter. Ask him a question.
How were the pyramids built?
Ask him how the pyramids were built.
So look, you said how many of those people are double vaccinated, right? That's what you said, right? Okay.
Yes.
So my whole point.
Which people are we talking about? Which people are we talking about first?
Well, I'm talking about Israel. You know why I'm talking about Israel?
Because I'm talking about the 300 people in Australia. Do you know the 300 people in Australia in the ICU? I'm talking about those people. So, don't.
All I know is that All I
I'm
know,
not talking about the
because you can't
300
find
people
that.
in New Delhi.
You cannot find that out on the website in
Pakistan.
Australia. They don't tell you. They don't tell you that, right? But
Right.
what I
Well,
do know
is that because we got freedom of rights or something like that?
No, it's
Okay. The subject is,
What?
or is it
look,
because all the
he's
agencies?
Can I
he's
just
saying
answer
that the
your
media
fucking
is
question
is
before
blanketing over the truth. All right.
Can I just answer your question before
No,
you
but
just
you're
start
actually
telling
on
me
in Israel or something. India, Kazakhstan, which one?
I was going to give you Israel, right? If you want to
Israel.
know
Okay, carry
Australia,
on.
how many
So
people
what?
are
No,
in
no.
hospital?
But I want
If
you
you
to tell me when you talk about Israel, I want you to tell me exactly what the numbers are and what the numbers mean. Don't just go
in Australia.
200.
In Australia,
someone was in the closet with their
all right,
family.
all
they
right,
added
keep
all
going,
the numbers
keep
up.
going. Let's
No.
just
You
turn
tell
this
me.
into a
You tell
ridiculing
me the real
match
numbers.
rather than an actual
Tell
real
me the real
debate.
numbers
Right?
from
Okay.
Israel.
I'll tell you the real. I'll
Just
tell you the
please.
real numbers in Australia. You
No.
look.
We're talking about Israel now, right? I want to know the real
Peter,
numbers.
Can you just let me? Can you just let, mate? Is there any fucking point me being here?
You
Peter.
keep moving the
You ask
goalposts,
me,
mate.
I'll answer you.
No,
How can I
Peter,
keep
just
the
let
You
him
ask me,
say it.
I'll answer the fucking
goalposts
question.
are on the other side of the field.
Peter, just let him say it.
What? Say what? Israel. Right. Okay.
Okay, no. Don't just let him say what he wants to say.
Okay. Go.
In Australia, right, you can't look and see exactly how many people are double vaccinated in hospital. But what you can do is watch the press conference every day that they give. It's 45 minutes long for at least Victoria, New South Wales. 2 days ago, right, you go this on fucking on fucking Channel 7, you can watch this fucking press conference. I can even send you the video because I screen recorded it, right? The surgeon guy fucking announces, right, 79% are double vaccinated who are in ICU in Victoria. 79%. 17% of that 79 have one single dose. That was on the fucking
citation
TV,
for that,
mate.
please.
I'll send it to you right now, mate. Yeah, if you like.
I love it.
I'm going to send it to
my
Paul
email
on his WhatsApp.
Yeah, send it to Paul. I'd like to see that.
I'm going to send it on his WhatsApp.
You're saying that. Right? So in ICU, there was a few numbers going on there, but in ICU, you were saying 79% of the people in ICU for coronavirus were double vaccinated. Okay,
double
please
vaccinated.
Just send me a citation for that, and you know what? I will crumple. I will give up my whole argument for the whole night if I see that right now.
That is a pretty major statistic you're talking about, Nico. There, you're talking about 79% double vaccinated in ICU. That is fucking extreme. What are you talking about?
Right now.
I'm just sending it. Just give me a
Don't make it.
Well, yeah, you can send it. No, I'm waiting for that shit, man, because that sounds bullshit to me. It
should be pretty quick if you've got the numbers on hand like that.
79% of ICU patients are double vaccinated.
Yep. No, I definitely want to say that. Because you know what? I reckon you're in La La Land.
That is an extreme statistic. Really. That is extreme. So that
the number you can just say if you want it.
It's almost as if the vaccine causes illness.
Well, you would.
Well, if you look at the graphs, if you look at the graphs of the death rates.
Okay, I just received a link from Nico.
Yep. Okay, can you send it to me?
All right.
So I'm going to tear this apart like a motherfucker.
All right, this is it's only a 5-second video. I'll send it to you.
Because I only screen recorded that bit. It's a 45-minute long press conference, so I'm not going to fucking record all of it.
There's 79% of people in ICU were double vaccinated.
Watch the video. Watch him say it. Don't rely on just that I wrote. Just watch the video.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't do that.
Okay, yeah, I just sent it to. I just sent it to you, Peter, on WhatsApp. That is a pretty extreme thing. So, what would that mean then? If 79% of people in ICU,
that would mean that it doesn't work.
Not only not work.
If you look at the Oxford, if you look at the Oxford University study, right? The Oxford University study that they just released, I can send that to you as well, right? The only protection it gives to someone who's over 65 is something like 25% protection in terms of like antibody levels when they test people over 65 who receive a double vaccination. It's something like, I mean, if you talk about an 18, I zoomed in on that because it was just like, it was a screen recording.
That's a fact. The facts are facts. It was like all up in his nose.
If you read,
so the numbers you just said then. So basically, there was not one person in ICU that was fully unvaccinated. So he said 79.
No. I think 70. I think that I'm not sure. I know 17%.
17
vaccinated are partially
well,
vaccinated.
You know what, man? It said nothing about ICU. Hey, it said nothing about ICU. What was that?
It didn't actually. Sorry, it said hospital. No, it said hospital.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd still be alarmed if 79% of the.
It's actually 78%, but yeah. Like,
no. But you didn't hear the rest of it, and then he said the rest of them were partially vaccinated. So that denotes that there was 0% people fully unvaccinated.
It said of the people who are in hospital, it said 78%, right, are double vaccinated. 17 are partially vaccinated. That means, like, add that up, and that's between partially and double vaccinated. The majority are partially or double vaccinated.
So
now, look, that's not unusual.
Were they in the waiting room? Was this all the parents? Was this all the parents you were talking about before, and the kids in the cupboards? I don't
know.
Waiting room?
I don't know, mate. I don't know.
It'd be good to know.
Tell you that.
It'd be good to know.
Listen, we're not here to rip you to pieces. Then you'd at least, we want to hear.
You know what, mate? You know what? You're right. It'd be great to know. Do you know why it would be great to know? So that I can make my own informed choice.
So are you trying to say that you're trying to say that some people have freedom of information and that we don't get that information, but we still?
I'm saying that they're I'm saying that they're cherry picking data to coerce you into doing something, and then when you get told you have to get vaccinated or you lose your job, they can justify it by cherry picking that data and making people believe that if you're double vaccinated, this whole thing's going to end. That's my point, because that's just not true.
You're the one that's cherry picking. So,
well, anyone can cherry pick data. The point is to be able to make your own informed choice and not lose your entire living by making a choice that someone else disagrees with.
Now, Nico, wait. Let me ask you this, Nico. Do you believe you're not cherry picking data?
Everyone cherry picks data. You have to make your own choice.
No, that's what science does. Your own choice. That's what science doesn't.
Well, it does, because it gives you. Well, then
politicians do, but science
then why are they? Well, that's the point, isn't it? We're talking about science playing. Well, we're talking about science playing politics right now because they're mandating vaccination.
No, you're talking about politicians interpreting science. That's what you're talking about,
mate. The people who are making the decisions relating to
more than that.
No, wait.
The people.
I think
the people
true.
who are making
maybe the people who cherry pick the data who are at the top end, they can cherry pick, and then that becomes law, and then police enforce that cherry picked decision. It is. No, it is.
Okay, if they're picking the
best
mate,
I'm losing all my work right now.
No, I think it is Nico's complaint.
Right now, right?
Because if you cherry pick the data and you're at the top level, then you...
In 10 days...
I hate to hear that. I seriously do. That's the worst thing.
In 10 days' time, right, a vaccinated person has freedom and I don't. Now, you can say what you like about what the vaccine does. We can debate that till the cows come home because we both can cherry pick information related to our own demographics, relating to our own.
I'm not going to debate it.
But
the science is not conclusive. That's the point.
The conclusive thing is the law.
It's not
right?
actually.
Consensus.
It's not
police
conclusive.
will enforce it, right? Men with guns and handcuffs will come for the people who the cherry pickers have decided is guilty.
That's the point.
And I think that's Nico's entire point. He doesn't want the cherry pickers at the top to fuck us up.
I'll tell I tell you this, mate. Right, 6 months ago, right, maybe a little more than 6 months ago, I knew that the vaccine didn't stop the spread of the virus. And I'll tell you why. Because
so did the doctors, though, dude.
Well, that's not what they told us on the news.
No.
On the news, you got the premier.
They said there was percentages. They always bring out consensus percentages.
Peter,
right? That's why
fix
they're
your
so
microphone.
Smart. Yeah, no, I've changed my
look,
phone. I'm hungry now.
It doesn't matter, because when you go on the news and you say that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, that's what that means. You're saying to people that it's the unvaccinated that are spreading the virus. That's just not true. That's just a lie. The viral load of an unvaccinated to a vaccinated
but that's actually not the consensus either, because the consensus says that vaccinated people can spread the virus. So you're
exactly.
Right.
So why?
You're right.
So why?
No, not exactly. You're right on that point.
Well, like, mate, that's a pretty fucking major point. Because
what do you mean?
People lose their living, because people's whole lives are being destroyed. Because
no, but
now
the people
they can't
that get vaccinated
now
can
they
still
can't
get it, but they won't go on a respirator. That's the fucking point. And then,
mate, you do not go on a respirator. The majority of people do not go on a respirator, mate.
No, you're right. The majority don't.
I'm sorry.
That's right. And you know what? The majority of people don't die in car accidents. You know what? Why do you even wear a seatbelt, dude? Because guess what?
Dude,
most of the time, you're not going to have a car accident. You'll be fine.
The numbers of coronavirus deaths just speaks volumes to exactly what we're thinking.
When was the last time you had a car accident?
This is a good example, the seatbelt example. What do you feel about that, Nico?
Why would you even wear it?
Isn't that a good example?
When was the last time you had
because that became a law that you were forced against your will.
I don't lose my job. I don't lose my job if I remove my fucking seatbelt. I get a fine.
Well, this is, you know what? And like I said, man, I feel sorry for you, but this is short term. You know, we're not talking. Like,
no,
we're not going to.
It's not actually. It's not actually short term. It's not actually short term, and the science isn't conclusive. You know why it's not conclusive? Because they're already rolling out booster shots. The vaccine doesn't work, mate.
Fucking oath they should.
But are you not amazed that they came up with a vaccine so quickly?
Well,
look, the vaccine doesn't work. Yeah, the death rate in Israel is higher than it was 6 months before the pandemic.
Let's imagine.
What do you keep talking about China and Israel? Like,
because they're already over 6 months ahead of us, mate. They've implemented their vaccination program and they're using the same vaccine that we are. That's why. Like, you have to do that. You've got to compare. That's science. Well, look, okay, I'll send you another fucking thing. So you just don't believe that I'm just making it up.
Well, no, the other one wasn't very conclusive. It didn't have all the information you promised in the argument.
Mate, you can't, like I told you, you can't get that information because they won't tell you. You've got to rely on the press conference. And I sent you the press conference. And at least in Victoria, it's fucking 78% double. 78%.
You're talking about like everyone, like the track and detect thing.
Paul, what
would you like me to say?
Paul, what was the point in this, man? If this is going to happen, like, we're having a debate here.
Okay. Look,
you keep moving the goalpost, dude.
All right, this is the question.
I'm not taking the piss here.
All right. Okay.
I'm trying to.
Neither of you are trying to destroy the conversation, and I can see that. Hopefully,
I'm trying to give you facts. The fact is, like, I know that because these are facts, dude. I'm not making this up.
I don't think they are, though. That's where, you know what?
Well, you said it wasn't.
Okay, Peter. What do you think is not a fact? What do you think is not a fact, Peter?
Well, in the argument earlier,
you said it wasn't a. You said it wasn't
listen, Nico. You asked me to intervene. I'm going to intervene.
Yeah.
What does Peter think is not a fact?
That 79% of people in ICU were double vaccinated, and the other 17% were half vaccinated. Because they were just people in hospital. And then the other argument earlier was about families being in there. So, like, if we're going to knock it out,
well, 1,166 are in hospital nationwide in Australia. I just sent you that. The link to the government website.
How many of them are double vaccinated?
Well, you can't find that out. I told you that.
So
but
we're
I can
obviously
tell
not being
you
track
through
and
that
traced
press.
enough, like you said before. Remember the
I
beginning
can
of the
tell
argument?
you.
Track and trace. Everyone's track
Hey,
and
look,
trace.
man. You don't need to track and trace to know if someone's double vaccinated. You ask them. The fact is, they do not tell you because they don't want you to know. Right? They don't want you to know because you've got cunts like that guy on a press conference for Victoria telling you 78% are double vaccinated. And the blurb lasts for 5 seconds and then it disappears because no one's watching.
It was like the video was up on his nose and stuff. Yeah, it was really reputable.
Are you denying that that's real?
Well, what does that fact mean? 79% of what people in hospital.
The people in hospital in Victoria.
Yeah, but
well, look, in ICU, mate.
The whole fucking thing is, mate. Like, if you're on a respirator, right? You're not
right.
You haven't been. If you've been vaccinated, you will not need a respirator unless you're fully fucked anyway, right? Which is like 0.01%, whatever fucking number I can make up off the top of my head. But
Well, 100 people are in ICU in Victoria.
Video with a close up of some cunt's nose, and he goes 79%. This doesn't mean shit, mate. That's like a UFO sighting, man. Like, oh yeah, look at it. No, I can't see the fucking fishing string. You know, like.
Well, do you even know who that guy is?
No idea. All I saw was his nose. That's not a reputable link, bro. Come on. If you reckon it is, then we don't even need to talk anymore, eh?
Hey.
You're like the money. There should be something else involved in that, right?
Wow. All right. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
what do you mean?
That was a press conference, mate, for Victoria. Like that guy started the press conference before Dan Andrews came on. Right. It was a 45-minute long press conference. They do it every fucking day. I'll tell you what. Now I'm going to send you
the 5 seconds. You sent me the 5 seconds with some guy's nose, and like.
Listen, you guys are getting very aggressive towards each other. All right, I don't like it.
Paul, like you tell me, mate. Like what I sent you that. Do you not believe that's real? What do you think that that guy's an actor? That's an actor. It's not a real person.
Sorry. Which reference? Which one?
Well, what
the video I sent you
really achieve here, bro? What fact are we trying to nut out here? We're talking about
Victoria Health Minister, mate.
We're talking about no. I don't care who the fuck it was. I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, it makes no difference.
It doesn't make a difference. Well, it does to me. Facts make difference to me. I know you got alternative facts. Cool.
Listen, I can't make sense of the video with the writing all over it.
What about the close up on the nose?
This is not to do with the video being good. I just can't process it.
Well, there's always context to conversations. You can't just pull a fucking. That's like a meme, man. That's like a close up of his nose.
It seems like a meme. Okay, so that is not a very good example, but
of course it's
we don't have time to look at proper videos in the context of this podcast.
Yeah, well, there's all these facts and not enough time to fact check.
Yeah. We don't have time to like process truths and non-truths in contexts of facts, which is strange given that we're trying to determine facts in this particular recording. I don't know how to deal with that, except for we can just go on arm wrestling matches with our fucking vocal cords. I don't know how to deal with it.
To be honest, I reckon we should agree to disagree on this.
No, I don't think so.
We'll create another subject.
I don't think so either.
No, I don't think Peter disagrees.
I think you're just kidding you. I think you're just kidding yourself.
I don't think
you actually believe that guy's an actor.
As soon as he had a hold of
okay.
You know you got your facts right.
Peter, in terms of the microphone, you've got to click back on the Yeti and not be using that.
Okay, Paul, I just sent you the link to the actual press conference.
I'm not going to be watching that in time.
I know, but can you just click on it just to confirm that it's real?
Okay, stand by. No, wait, it didn't appear in this.
It's
did you send it
WhatsApp. In WhatsApp.
No, Nico, let's be clear here, right? So you think that a politician at a press conference is telling you the truth, right? Okay, so this is all.
It's the Victoria Health Minister, so you can't get any more.
Okay, all right, okay,
formal than that, mate.
No, but do you remember the original argument? Because we can always rewind back. You said
the original argument is you're saying how many are in ICU. The thing that I can tell you is it didn't tell you that. In ICU, I can tell you by looking at the government website, in Victoria, there are 100 people in ICU. So I don't know how many of those are double vaccinated. I have no idea. Right. What I can tell you is in Israel, right? I just sent. Okay, in Israel, right? Paul, can you look on WhatsApp?
Yeah,
again?
I'm looking at it. Yeah.
So that's the daily case rate in Israel, right?
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah, it goes September 1, 2021. Daily cases 20,523.
They are 90% double vaccinated, and 2 million are triple vaccinated. Right?
So I'm looking at.
Okay,
let me just. I'll just describe this graph to you. Okay. So we go up.
Send it to Peter. Send it to Peter. Send it to him.
All right.
Like, look at the website. It's Worldometers. It's
serious.
I'm sorry, dude, but like, these are facts, mate. These are facts, dude. All right, I'm lying. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm forwarding it.
Worldometers.info, mate. It's along with Our World Data. They're the two most legit websites you can get for statistics. They're the ones that pretty much everyone relies on, like including your government.
So Nico, as a musician, does this lockdown affect you at all?
Mate, I've lost everything. I've lost all my savings. I've lost all my work. I can't get work when we've opened up again because I'm not vaccinated.
And how do you feel it will affect you in the future?
I think we're heading to fucking complete Armageddon, mate. I think the very fact that they're trying to mandate vaccination for something that is not even killed 5 million people worldwide, and considering that in Israel they're pretty much on the forefront of vaccination than any other country in the world, and they just recorded 20,000 cases in one day, which is higher than ever. It's higher than ever since before the vaccination program. I think that's pretty worrying because you can find this shit out by yourself. So this is science, right? Now, if you know for a fact that there are more the case rate in a nearly fully vaccinated population, and 2 million of them are triple vaccinated, the case rate's higher than ever before. What does that tell you? That tells you that it's not working, but they're still mandating you to get vaccinated, even though it's not spreading the virus, because the only reason why I would get vaccinated is to protect someone who is at risk from getting COVID. And even that's just not true. I can't put anyone at risk any more than anybody else. And I'm losing everything. If I had kids and a mortgage, it'd be even worse. But there are people in that position as well. What does that tell you? It tells you that they're fucking lying to you. And it tells you that why would they push vaccination so hard when you know from other countries in history you can't get herd immunity? You know from other countries that are more vaccinated than us, who are 6 months to a year ahead of us, using the same vaccination, are going through still the same problem we're going through now. But yet they're still ruining people's lives. That's my problem. You can talk about conspiracy or whatever, but these are facts. That is a fact. Yeah, that case rate number. I'll show you the death rate number. Now, look, to have a double vaccinated population and have all the cases that are vaccinated have case rate or hospital rate, that's not abnormal. That is not abnormal, because if you vaccinate everyone and you've still got an infectious fucking parasite going around, yes, the cases are going to be double vaccinated. That's not abnormal. That's not a conspiracy. That is normal. The difference is the numbers. The numbers are higher than they were before, and the death rate is higher in a fully vaccinated population. What does that tell you, man? Like, you can look at these numbers, man. You don't need the government to tell you that. But then yet you're banging at me like as if it's fucked up that I'm concerned that they're fucking dictating all this shit.
No,
it looks like a shitty graph, man.
Yeah. Mate, well, I'll send. Do you want the link to the website as well? You can look at it yourself, just so you know I didn't
really
draw it.
Not really.
Well,
like the last two things have been pretty unconvincing. Better be good the next one.
Well, I don't know how that's unconvincing to you, but
pretty sure because it doesn't have any information on it. That's the main.
Okay, so Nico's sending me some stuff. I wish there was a way that you could send stuff to everybody.
Oh, mate, it looks like a dot matrix. It looks like a fucking graph from the fucking mid-'80s. You know, like when dot matrix is around. Like there's zero information on that. Like up the side of it, it says novel coronavirus daily cases, and there's fucking 10%. What 0, 10,
I don't understand what else you want, mate. Like that's how stats are made. That's science.
Okay,
that's
so can you explain the graph to us, Nico?
Okay.
Because nobody can see that.
So which one? The first one?
Well, nobody. Like,
I've only got one.
Imagine that there are only listeners and they can't see what's going on.
Oh, I sent you the link to the website as well, so you can scroll through that.
Nico,
I'll just
to be honest,
the screenshot.
Man,
okay,
I'm
so
go
on the left,
members cannot see.
On the left, you've got you've got case rate, right? The number of case rates goes from 0 to 30,000, right? The horizontal line is the dates, right? Starts from February 15th, 2020. It goes all the way up to present day, to end of September, beginning of October 2021.
Peter, this is a complicated conversation.
Right. So you can see, right, the case rate in September 2020, right, was 10,000 cases per day. That was the highest it reached, right? They started vaccination December 2020, right? And the case rate stayed the same, and then started going down. And it went all the way down nearly to 0, right? Now they're on end of September 2021, and they just recorded 20,500 cases in a day. When before 6 months before they started vaccinating, the highest case rate was 10,000.
So there was
that means they've had a
zero other variables involved, considering it's a landlocked country.
Mate, like they had lockdowns like we did, right? They didn't. They actually
would that be the period where there was 0 cases? Do you reckon?
Wait, Peter.
Well, no, they started the lockdowns.
Like it's a pretty fucking average thing. Else, I mean, we can speculate as much as we want.
No. Wait, Peter. But would you consider the possibility that vaccines caused illness?
Peter, they mandate vaccination in Israel.
I think it's
they force you to vaccinate.
All right, yeah.
Like they started the.
I'm impartial. I'm just telling you. I'm just asking you the question, Peter.
Well, I'm not even.
No, wait, Nico. No, I'm asking Peter.
Sorry.
No, wait.
Sorry,
Peter. Do you consider the idea at all that potentially vaccines cause illness?
Only if someone's allergic.
Okay. You go on,
it's
Nico.
It's a benign thing. Like it's a broken virus that they put in. It's just the proteins. They give you the.
That's not true.
Protein structure. Okay, all right.
Okay, so he's talking about
the way that
you'd be right
if you're talking about.
No. I'm hearing Nico.
No. You'd be right.
Peter was saying that
if we were talking about any other vaccine, but the Pfizer vaccine, the Moderna vaccine, and the AstraZeneca vaccine, they're not like a dead.
Is that because they're mRNA ones?
Yeah, they're mRNA technology vaccines. They don't. It's not. it's not basically the virus that's giving you causing you to produce the antibodies from your immunity. It's basically a code that goes in that tells your immune system to produce them. So it's not the same thing. But either way, like, let's just take any of that out of it because we're never going to understand that. We're not fucking scientists. But I'm just looking at numbers here. They started their lockdowns more draconian than we did in the beginning because we didn't do it as draconian in March. They did it way more. It was Israel. They were like, in Israel, you do what they say, and that's it. Now, they started that in March just the same as we did. They went through all the same lockdown processes that we did. But they started vaccinating earlier than we did. And they fully vaccinated pretty much their entire population within a few months. Yeah. They didn't do this whole limping along like we did because we ordered the wrong vaccines and they came and then no one wanted to take the AstraZeneca.
We had, like,
and then
circumstances and shit. You mean?
Well, whatever. I know that when they got the Pfizer,
pretty different kind of
blood clotting.
Australia versus Israel.
Well, they obviously did it more efficiently than we did.
We've got a big ocean around.
Hey, guys.
Well, whatever you say, they did it more efficiently than we did. So
did they?
That's a fact.
Well,
it's another fact. They're 90% double vaccinated.
Yeah, but I'm still can walk around every day without a worry here. So
no, but not South Australia is not relevant. Is it?
Yeah. You know
what? You guys are like an island
stick to where the fuck
safety.
You are. Stick your opinions and whatever the fuck up your ass. Stay where you are. Fuck off.
What are you talking about, dude? Look, there are major problems in the world, okay? And South Australia doesn't have to suffer through it.
No,
so
fuck no.
Don't say that.
Like a mad, because we're really flat. If we got a bad tsunami, we'd be fucked. But right now, fuck off.
Oh, come on. Tsunami? You worried about like a fucking ice shelf falling off Antarctica?
Of
course you aren't, because Adelaide is not part of the major pandemic at the moment.
So Paul, can we go to the death graph?
Wait, sorry, which one?
Is that all the unvaccinated people in the death graph?
Well, the death graph is just that mate. That's death on a linear scale. Like,
how many more numbers have you got? You got some really cool numbers. Have you got some? How awesome?
Hey! No more fighting for no fucking reason, please.
No, I want to go to bed, man. I want to finish this shit.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm done.
All right.
I got no more argument, man. Like, I'm just like, I feel like headbutting the wall and agreeing with you.
Mate, there's, I mean,
like, you know, my only
making myself,
you know, I feel like making myself feel sorry for myself a bit more, and then I can agree with you. I don't know.
Well, you guys can please talk with each other for a second, because I got to get some more Coke.
My only point is to say that you cannot make some blanket statement like the science is conclusive. They're telling us the truth.
No. I never said what it is. I just said I believe in what everyone believes in. I don't believe in the 2%. I believe in the 98%.
No. I don't understand what that means because it's
no, I don't think he does.
98%.
He does not. He's a fucking skeptic. He's a bullshit artist right now because he can't be bothered. I swear to God, Peter is not of that opinion of siding with the majority. I promise you.
Okay, I'll just say one more thing, right? 7,766 like deaths.
More numbers, right?
Yeah. In October. In Israel.
Where? In Israel, yeah.
In Israel, yeah.
Yeah.
And 5,000 of them.
Were there how many bombings at that time, right?
Peter.
5,000. No, this is not deaths like of anything. This is coronavirus deaths, right?
Pure corona.
Yeah. 5,000 of those 7,766 have died from March up until now. And they were 90% vaccinated.
I don't believe that That's fucking crazy.
It sounds like a number salad you just made.
90% of the people who died are vaccinated.
No, 90% of their population were double
78
vaccinated.
and 17, remember?
Wait. I want to hear this. 70%. So 90% of the what? Sorry.
90% of Israel are double vaccinated. 90% that are over 16 are double vaccinated. Right?
Okay.
Right. So 90% from March up until now, right? They've had over 5,000 deaths. And they started vaccinating last year in December.
Okay.
So the death rate's increased.
Like, does that correlate to the rest of the
vaccination.
world, or is that like an anomaly?
That's just in Israel. I don't know.
Peter. We're talking about Israel, okay? Because Israel is
I really
at the forefront of vaccination. Okay, go ahead.
I couldn't tell you whether it correlates with the entire world because you can't correlate it because
look, don't worry. He's asking stupid questions. Go ahead.
No, that's a correct question to ask, but you can't answer it because Israel, whether that correlates with other countries' numbers in the world,
doesn't matter.
Can't correlate
Just
them
hurry up.
Well, it does matter because they've had a higher vaccination rate than anyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, no, I get that.
Exactly
I appreciate that too. Well, that's a fact, and I appreciate that.
That's a correct question to ask. You're right to ask that, and you can't correlate it. You just can't.
Just keep going.
Time factor.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, that's
my whole point is their death rate increases after vaccination. After like 90% double vaccination, their death rate's accelerating.
Newsworthy. That's like
it sounds
headlines.
very newsworthy. Yeah.
That sounds like top headlines worldwide.
Right.
So why
there are people
coming from your mouth?
Because there are people reporting it, mate. You're just not seeing it on The Guardian or the BBC or Channel 7.
I don't watch The Guardian, BBC. Yeah, we do see.
Well, because, you speak to anyone who's educated and they're always The Guardian, the BBC.
Okay.
I stopped paying attention to The Guardian after they sold out Assange. I fucking threw The Guardian in the bin. I hate them.
Let's imagine.
But I'll still read them.
Let's imagine that it is 90% death from fucking COVID. Is that what you said?
No. What I said is they're 90% double vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
And as they increase their vaccination, their death rate's going up.
That is insane.
When as well, supposedly, the Delta variant is not as deadly as the Alpha variant. It's just more transmissible.
Okay. And so what happens if you get the Delta?
Well, apparently the Delta is it's just more transmissible and less fatal. But when you look at that graph, but when you look at that graph of the death rate goes up after their initial vaccination program and then goes back down and then goes up when they start the third vaccination.
Let me ask you this, Nico.
And
you're a musician. Yeah. What the fuck are you doing researching all this shit? Why do you care?
Because, Paul, I can't go outside. I can't go more than 5 kilometers, and I've lost all my work because I won't get vaccinated.
But most people just go shrug. Most people don't just go shrug. What are you like ultimate?
Most people, what
mega intelligent? What is going on with your head?
Because I'm losing everything, mate. My savings have been completely raped. What
would happen if you were to leave the country?
I am leaving the country.
But you're about to become a citizen. I told you this. You're about to become a citizen.
I know.
How many months have you got left?
Maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4. Depends on their backlog.
Okay, so
as soon as I get it, I'm gone.
Yeah, okay. Of course you would get the citizen. 10 years wait, that's too long, right? That's a fucking huge amount for any human being, right? Of course you're going to get the citizenship. That's a logical thing for you to do, right? You get that, and then what are you going to do after that?
I don't know, mate, but in my mind, this is never going to end. I honestly just think this is going to keep going around year after year, winter.
I don't think so. I think it's like the 1918 fucking like the flu pandemic of 1918. I don't know why you're considering this to be such a big deal.
Because look at Israel. They're nearly a year ahead of us, and they're starting it all over again. Lockdown.
Well, you were just providing evidence to show that they were not really dying. Isn't this going to evaporate, this entire pandemic? Isn't this
no, because I honestly
going to be like
because
nothing?
The death rate. If the death rate's going up after they do the vaccination, what does that tell you?
Well, you just don't take the vaccine. You hang about a bit.
But
no. Well, what's the problem? You hang about a bit.
That's my choice.
You hang about, and you don't fucking take the vaccine. You sit around and you fucking just sit in your fucking rocking chair and go, all right, well, what opportunities are there to just do some online shit? Maybe I'll go to some like fucking Vaucluse residencies with a van, pick up some fucking chuck out TV or fucking stereo systems and sell them on Gumtree. I don't understand.
Well, yeah, but that'd be great if, like, I wasn't being told I have to get vaccinated or I lose all my work.
Well, who's forcing you to get the vaccine right now?
Well, the fucking New South Wales government are forcing me to get it.
No. You laugh. You laugh as if it's passed into law, but it's not, is it?
Well, this is what I told Phil, because he was like, it's not mandatory. And I'm like, well, it's mandatory, but if you don't get it, you can't get a job, you can't go to a shop, you can't go out, you can't go to a bar, you can't fucking do anything.
I think that's up to the venues.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, mate,
and you might see that
now,
sign.
any venue I've had booked in for November and December have all told me they won't book me unless I'm vaccinated. And like I work for the
but the venues don't work for the government, right?
Mate, it's all like management reserves the right sort of shit.
They're getting pressured by the government to do it. Sure. That's what's happening.
It's gonna be a problem if you don't get it. Okay, so okay.
I do know this.
Imagine you're the last stand. You're the last stand, right? Imagine everybody gets the vaccination except you. What's gonna happen?
I don't know, mate. Like,
you'll be fucked.
In my mind right now, I honestly think fucking in 5 years, I reckon there's going to be like mass deaths, and it's all going to be related to the vaccine. That's what I think.
And what is going to cause this death?
I reckon there's going to be cancers. There's going to be fucking all kinds of weird fucking brain tumors.
But you understand the vaccine is simply a corona-shaped shell that's being sent into our nervous system so that our body can produce antibodies. It was like based on the shape of the shell, right?
It was like you said before. Don't you think it's a bit strange that it took 6 months? When there's no other vaccine in history it's never taken less than 10 years.
See, you know what? Like, I actually don't think that's the thing, because guess what? Like, in 1930, it took a lot longer to build a car than it did now.
No, but Peter, don't you? Okay, look, Peter.
What?
Nico's perspective here is that, surprise, surprise, we got 2 years of medical development in what would normally take 10 years.
Well, if that was true, wouldn't they just have one vaccine that came out right at the beginning and was the one, rather than like 10? You know?
No, the problem
Russia had
is
its own one. China had its own one.
It could be dangerous. Like, do you not concede that it could be dangerous?
Well,
I think Nico's point is he doesn't want to take the vaccine because it could be dangerous. He wants to wait a couple of years and see how many guinea pigs fucking go.
Well, I know more people who have gone to hospital for vaccination than have for COVID. So what does that tell you?
I mean, so all the people you know who had the vaccine, what do they go to hospital for?
No, not all the people. I can tell you one I know had a heart attack.
Yeah.
What? Really? Who's that?
Freddie, you remember Federico? No, he got vaccinated and then he went home and within a week he was having heart palpitations and then fucking heart attack, went to hospital.
Holy shit.
He didn't die, luckily, but yeah. So my neighbor had it. My neighbor had the first shot of AstraZeneca and 3 days after was rushed to hospital to have his gallbladder removed. I know another guy, another friend of mine, a climber friend of mine, who just collapsed and had to go to hospital, had a blood clot. He's okay now as well, luckily, but God knows what that might cause in the future. You just don't know. I know another friend of mine who hasn't gone to hospital for it, but ever since he's had his first shot of AstraZeneca, he just can't catch his breath. And it's been like over a month. And he surfs like me, skates, climbs, and he's like, man, and he only took it because he works in construction and he got pressured by his boss. And because he's Brazilian, he's not Australian, he was like, okay, I'll cave, I have to take it. That's what I'm not cool with. So this is my thing. Like, I know 2 people who've had coronavirus. I'm one of them, and Jeff is another. And you know Jeff, alcoholic, smoker, obese, right? And he was fine after a week.
Well,
now I'm not saying
a very lucky example. We talk about.
It's a very lucky example. You're right. It's true. It's not like.
No, but
I do know
suffocation is a bad way to die.
Look, I do know my auntie is a nurse in Rome, and she's still on the front line of nurses in Rome, and they've got a struggling health system, and they were affected one of the worst death rate in the world in the first wave of last year. But she even told me, it's like, look, it's a bad virus. It is bad, but in Italy, mate, they've got the highest rate of centurions nearly on the planet, and there's a lot of smokers. So yeah, when it ran through, and they've got a struggling healthcare system at best, yeah, like it overwhelmed the hospitals. A lot of people died. They didn't have enough ventilators, like blah, blah, blah. They didn't know how to treat it, all of that. Yeah, all of those combinations contributed to mass death, elder population. But mate, in the Western world, your life expectancy as a male, even as a smoker, is 75 to 80. As a female, is 80 to 85. Mate, shoot me in the fucking head if I get to 80 years old and I can't walk anymore. I don't give a fuck if I get coronavirus.
Wait.
I'd rather have.
I think you're exaggerating a bit with the 80. All right. Now, I just have to introduce this important information. The pea is the most commonly the small spherical seed or the seed pod of the fruit Pisum sativum. Each pod contains several peas, which can be green or yellow. Botanically, pea pods are fruit since they contain seeds and develop from the ovary of a pea flower. All right, continue.
Well, I mean, what was I saying? It's like it's clear. It's obviously the age range of people that are dying from COVID, and the life expectancy in the Western world is 80 years old.
Well, wait. Don't just let 80-year-olds die. I feel like...
No, I don't want... My dad's nearly 80. I don't want him to die. But even he told me, he was like, Nico, I don't care if I get coronavirus and die. I just want to go on holiday.
He does care, and he's bullshitting
because
he does care.
Mate, no, I think you're wrong, mate. If you get to 80 years old and your life expectancy in as a statistic is you're going to live until you're 80, and now you're getting told you can't even go outside.
About fucking dying at 80, that's ridiculous.
Well, mate, life expectancy is around 80 years old. Yeah, between
Don't worry about the last 10 years or what?
A lot of my relatives have lived to 100. A lot of them.
Well,
that's
my dad
years
at least
more. And you only live
my
20,
dad
like 20
tells
school
me
years.
at least. Well, yeah, but what would you rather, right? You'd rather live an extra 10 years or 20. Let's say you live till 100, which is probably not going to happen. But let's say you did live to 100, but you're 80 now. What would you rather be able to do? Would you rather have like a 5-year, 10-year cycle of lockdowns, not being able to go on holiday, not being able to live freely for the rest of the small time that you have left? Or live those last few years and like just live it up, go on holiday, do whatever you want?
Do I get that choice?
Well,
I don't think
I think you want to rephrase that. You serious? Of course, I want to
well,
choose.
I'm just telling you from my dad's perspective because that's what he said.
So what?
Like,
Like
he's 80 nearly.
What happens? What happens? Like, what happened to all the people in like World War I or World War II, and like 2 years into it, they're like, oh, fuck it, this is a stupid war. We just got to get out of it. And yeah, sure it is, but it's there, isn't it? You can't just like wish for it and it's going to exist.
I didn't say that, but like, I mean, I'm just
Well,
saying,
no,
like, if you think
I know
about
you didn't say that because I said it.
yeah.
Listen,
Well, yeah,
Nico.
but like,
You're
like I said,
ageist, all right? You're ageist, all right? Let's
Yeah,
just
I'm
let's
actually
confront. Let's confront
no, like
the
the whole
elephant in
point
the
is
room.
that's
It's like racism.
yeah.
I mean, you're either a pedophile or racist or an ageist. They're the main three things, all right?
Everyone's
You
having
wanna-
a hard time, but
not-
it's just something we're going to all deal with.
I'm
And
not
the
being an
government will deal
ageist.
with
It's
it.
like
Right?
it's I'm joking.
I'm not being an ageist.
I'm joking. Okay, all right.
I'm not being an ageist here.
All right.
All I'm saying is $8 billion on vaccines so far, which we've already bought boosters for nearly 2 years. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of ventilators. That's a lot of nurses. That's a lot of hospitals.
Yeah. Good.
Like that seems to me
safe.
to be well, that seems to be a lot of money to spend on vaccines, which are already being we're getting the data back from other countries that are ahead of us. That seems like a big investment.
Oh, do you reckon we should
in
give
my
up
mind,
data? Should we just give up on data then? No, you're right. You know what? We've probably reached the full peak of our full vaccine capabilities, so we should just give up now. You're right. Why would we want to test something out? What do you mean? Hey, how can you just get to the supreme vaccine if you don't freaking test it first? What the fuck are you even talking about? It's like,
well, there are two.
This is how shit works, mate. You know,
there are two.
You have the first aeroplane. It's a piece of shit with fucking cardboard on it, and then all of a sudden you got an F-18 fighter jet. Like, what are you even talking about?
Well, mate, $8 billion. You don't think?
What does $8 billion even mean, mate? What is that in today's money?
Well, it's $8 billion. It's a lot of money.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
you don't think that could pay for an Australian
today, or what?
You know,
what's the interest rate?
You don't think that could pay an Australian university to make our own vaccine without having a stranglehold of Pfizer?
Oh, because you don't want to share information. Yeah, no, you're right. We should all have tribal vaccines.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Stop being defensive. Jesus.
Like you can't deny that Pfizer are not some benevolent fucking caring organization.
They're a company
that your health.
They're a company that puts billions of dollars into research and development every year to grow the fucking medicine that fixes the fucking people. And
the last lawsuit they settled was
sure. You know what? Yeah. Hey, have you ever had it before? Fucking good shit.
Well, they also fucking just got sued,
settled
out of court for
$2 billion. Have you ever had oxycodone before?
No.
Fucking awesome, mate. No wonder everyone wants it. Fucking awesome.
Like they did just have a.
You didn't even know what you're talking about.
Settled.
Peter.
All right, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Nah.
Right. Who owns Pfizer?
You were talking about it. You were talking about it. You didn't even know, man.
Who owns Pfizer?
I don't know.
Peter, you got to
there you go. GlaxoSmithKline. GlaxoSmithKline owns Pfizer.
Tell me. Right? Tell me.
GlaxoSmithKline. GSK.
What does that mean to me?
Pharmaceutical.
What does that mean to me?
Well, go look up lawsuits, GlaxoSmithKline. You can see the fucking lawsuits they've had to
Yeah,
set
of course there
for
is, mate, because they
fucking.
got a brilliant product that everyone fucking loved. It was like heroin in a pill.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about
They make some good drugs,
talking
mate.
about opiates. I'm not talking about opiates, mate. I'm talking about drugs that they have marketed that have had hideous side effects.
So you reckon that outweighs every single government in the world accepting their thing? So you reckon every single government in the world has inside people that are going, oh no, don't worry about all the lawsuits, guys. We'll just let these guys into the whole country, all right? You reckon that's going on?
Well, the policy that they have introduced regarding side effects would actually suggest that, because you cannot sue the company.
Have you ever had
die or have a side effect?
Read the side effects? They've all got it. It says it there. It says it. I used to live with a guy.
Well, no, but you can sue the company if you get a side effect from a medicine that they market to you. You can't. Yeah, but you can't do that with the vaccine.
Oh, I'm sure you can in the future with all the people.
You can't, mate.
I reckon, you know what? I reckon everyone who doesn't want to get vaccinated should go up to the northern rivers of New South Wales and just get crop dusted with COVID-19. And they can, yeah, that's it.
So let me ask you this then: like, you don't think that it's possible that the government would make a decision based on who's lobbying them rather than your health?
No.
So that doesn't happen.
There are only a certain amount of options, because it's like saying, oh, why is fucking Ford building my car? They're a bunch of dickheads. Why doesn't the guy down the road build my car in the convenience shop? Because he's more qualified, because he told me he's really good with cars. Like, no,
there is an overwhelming difference, actually. I don't lose my job by not choosing Ford. I can sue Ford if they make
that's a different story. That's a different story to what we're talking about. We're trying to get over this pandemic, and we're using the technologies that we have, right, from the companies that have the ability and the research and development to produce
Australian companies, Australian universities have just as much ability to make a vaccine as Pfizer do, mate.
You reckon?
Like, we're 100%.
Where are they going to get the eggs from? Where are they going to get the eggs from?
Mate, Australia are on the forefront of some of
the. You know how to make a vaccine?
Mate, Australia are on they're trying to make a vaccine at Melbourne University, right? Fucking now.
Yeah, I actually lived with one. There was a guy, a flatmate of mine, worked with at Adelaide Hospital, and it was before COVID, but he was one of the guys that every year created the new vaccine for Australia for flu, right? And so
why are we going to fucking a conglomerate like GSK who have to settle multiple lawsuits every thing? No, that says to me it's more corporate.
This is what I don't understand. Why would you not want that information to be shared?
Because you're trusting some conglomerate company.
Do you reckon Albert Einstein, or do you reckon Tesla was the only guy to actually invent the AC/DC current?
I don't know anything about Tesla or I don't know anything about that.
It's an analogy of technology, and it needs lots of minds together as a conglomerate. And you say
I'm sorry, $8 billion. We have the research and development here with our own resources to be able to make a vaccine. We do it every year for fucking flu. We have innovative minds here. It'd be cheaper and it would be more beneficial because we'd be able to know what they're doing. Instead, we're relying on a massive conglomerate who are doing it on a mass scale, and it's based more predominantly on how they're lobbying our government. Now, if you tell me that remdesivir, which is the principal drug that they're using other than steroids to treat COVID, costs $600 a pill, whereas there are multiple other drugs that they're using in other countries.
You know that
remdesivir
costs $600. Wow, that is extreme research, Nico. I'm very impressed. Keep going.
Right, but you're talking about it.
But you know why though? The reason. Right,
can I give you an analogy, a quick analogy, right? Because I think this is going to be a dead end. A quick analogy, right? So technology takes money, okay? So the first people that are going to go up in space for a joyride are going to be what, Jeff Bezos and his little clan, or the Japanese fucking dude, whatever, right? And yeah, they can afford to do it. They spend the money, and then guess what happens with that money? It gets put into research and development. So in the future, everyone else can do it cheaper. It's the same thing with everything in science. Like it takes money, it takes minds, and it takes agencies coming. I don't like to use the word agencies, but it takes all these.
Mate, we're talking. We're not talking about.
And that's what makes humanity, man. That's what separates us from the fucking. That's what the internet's about, man. Like, come on,
humanity. Trust a conglomerate. Yeah, humanity. Let's trust a multinational conglomerate who settle multiple lawsuits every year through selling and marketing defective products that don't go through the proper trials.
You know what? A multinational conglomerate is a country that invades other countries for no fucking reason whatsoever. Right? There's collateral damage. Yep, and that's all fucked up, but it's all counted. And yeah, so the other option
it's not counted actually because we're not allowed to sue them. If you take that vaccine and you have a side effect, you're not allowed to sue them. Well, right now you're not.
You're just talking about an instance in time, like it's a little microcosm of time, and it's just like, man, I don't understand how you can't trust in the consensus of science, because by definition, science is the opposite.
GSK is not science, mate. They're a fucking conglomerate.
Peter,
that's the company who own Pfizer.
I don't understand, Peter. Why are you siding with what you've heard instead of like the two arguments? Like, I mean, there are like 1,000 arguments, but like Nico's got an alternative.
You can't label science as GSK because that's just not reality, man.
They're just a
science.
It's a cog.
They're not actually just a cog. They're the whole machine.
They've got the money to develop the stuff we need.
They've got the influence to fucking influence our government.
The tribe on the other side of the hill
tell you that you have to take this vaccine, or you lose your job, and you can't sue them if you fucking have a reaction.
But the emergence of the vaccine was done by a company that created it, and it was in the best interest of everyone to try and stop the vaccine. So they tried to create the protein that slipped into the coronavirus that would stop it from working, like that's what it was all about. Like and you know what? It might not be the most effective one now, but that's the step. And then they're going to make another one. And you're like, oh, they just made it in 6 months. And yeah, it wasn't the perfect one. Sure. But the next one...
Well, what a surprise. What a surprise that they're going to have to make another one that you're going to have to pay for.
Yeah, I know. It sucks.
Well, no, but you don't think that it possibly puts a risk up to benefit them more to make a defective product that you have to keep ordering all the time off of them? Well, you don't think that benefits their bottom line? What do you think? They're just this company that don't want to make money. That's why I say $8 billion could pay our universities to do that.
Just like,
and they're more trustworthy.
Talking about communism and shit, and I'm advocating for these companies to be an oligopoly, right? You understand that word?
Oligarchy, it's called, yeah.
Right. So you have a monopoly, which is one company, but you have an oligopoly, which is many companies, but they're all of substantial gain. And hey, man, that's the basis of capitalism, bruh.
That's not capitalism.
On the side of that, yeah, it is actually. It fucking is actually the basis of capitalism. It's not. Because, isn't it?
Basis. No, it's not.
So you're saying that profit doesn't drive results in capitalism?
No,
but yet we can have free healthcare at the same time and also have this.
The capitalist system is based on the free market. Like, that's not a free market. That is what you're talking about is a monopoly. They've got a stranglehold on our government.
No, I'm talking about
have a choice.
Oligopoly, because Pfizer isn't the
oligarchy.
No,
it's not.
It's interesting at this point to talk about with the democracy and capitalism go hand in hand. Do you guys agree
It's not
that it does or
socialism, it's
not?
not communism, it's not
Well,
capitalism.
no, because China's full
But
full
stop talking about
capitalism.
China and Israel, bro. Here we are in Australia, and here we have what we have. And I know
I
there's
don't know
like
why I shouldn't
results.
talk about
There's
China
results.
and Israel.
Okay.
Like, I mean,
I've seen the graph, man. I saw the graph before. You know, it wasn't convincing. So like that's. I think we should leave it there. I think we should leave it there.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. What do you think, Paul? Should we leave the graph there and leave those results there because they weren't very convincing?
I feel like you want to go to bed, and the conversation is not yet complete.
I think to leave that there is denying science. To be honest.
All right, sure. Let's peer review it.
Mate, it's on Worldometers. It's peer reviewed. It's like that's a peer reviewed site.
Which one?
Worldometers.info.
The issue is probably at this point that Peter has to go to work in the morning, and
no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I've just eaten actually. Good now. I've recharged.
Look, I'm not arguing with you that you take a blanket
I'm arguing.
number.
I'm arguing with you.
No, I'm not arguing the fact that taking a blanket number like that is wrong, because it is. Like, you can't just base everything on that, but you can't just ignore it. Like, there are many variables in everything, obviously, especially when it comes to this. But that's the other problem I'm having, is that that's what they're doing to you and me, and they're basing policy on it.
But therefore, isn't consensus?
And then you're getting, and then people are getting demonized.
Shouldn't you believe the professionals or the experts?
Wait. Shouldn't you believe the professionals, Peter? You know that's not true.
They're not.
No,
they're not the professionals, man.
I'm saying like the consensus of experts.
You know they're just like 10 years older than us, right?
I'm not saying any.
This is the whole
They're not.
problem.
They're not.
Experts are not fucking amazing.
You haven't
superheroes.
No, but experts, they're not experts in the medical establishment of the government. They're not like the best.
They are. They're
medical
experts in their
officers that
field.
Australia has to offer.
You believe in marine
You
biology?
trust a doctor?
Just go. Look, sorry. Like, experts
trust
have
is a
credentials.
big word, man.
They're either like Nobel Prize winners. They've won. You know, they've won. They've won for. They've done academic research. They've got
Nobel Prize winners
studies.
are extremely rare. That's if you come up with something brand new. I'm not talking about like the incremental progression of science.
Okay, well they've been part of award-winning.
Most researchers
they've been part of award-winning
accolades because they've
been part of award-winning. Yeah, but like an expert has been part of like an award-winning piece of research.
An expert, someone who's spent their whole life doing one thing, right? And why would you not trust that person over someone on Facebook or whatever the one you said before?
I'm not. Well, look, Peter. Like, I'm not saying I don't trust someone like that over Facebook. The problem is, in the Australian government, we don't have that. Go check out Dr. Chan.
They trust the consensus.
See what innovative research Dr. Chan has been a part of. I can tell you one Nobel Prize winner, who's the fucking guy who discovered the AIDS virus. Yeah, told everyone not to take this vaccine.
Okay.
So and there's multiple others. There's another. There's Dr. Robert Malone, who's the one who's
still
part
in the
of
minority.
There's multiple, mate.
But no,
it's not though, because this. It's not the minority though, because there is mass censorship.
Are the people that are advocating against an actual professionals in the actual field, or are they? Do they parallel the field? You know, you can have a PhD in something and not be a professional in something else.
I totally agree, but the one of the guys who's going all over the world advocating for people not to take it is one of the guys who holds the patent on the mRNA technology.
You know what? Give me his name. What's his name?
Dr. Robert Malone. Now look, you're going to Google him, right? And you're going to find on Fact Checker look what it says on Fact Checker and on Wikipedia.
His work focused on mRNA technology. Okay, yep. Pharmaceutical repurposing.
Yeah. Keep going. Look what it's going to say.
Okay, I will. Okay, hang on. I'll get to a good thing. All right, sounds good now. All right, then it's the Atlantic. All right. Right, I'm just going to pick one of his things. So it's a totalhealth.co.uk. Original inventor of the mRNA vaccine.
He was part of the team. Yeah, there was a few of them, but he's one of them.
Serious concerns about how therapeutic approaches are still in the research phase are being imposed on ill-informed public. He says that public health leadership has stepped over the line. Okay, yep. So this correlates, this tracks. Document asks why.
There's others as well, man. The only reason why I brought that guy up is because...
But there's also others, the opposite of that as well, And
that's
so,
true. There are, yeah.
This is really interesting. I'm going to actually tag this. I'm going to read the whole lot.
I just want to impart that you guys probably agree on 90% of things, and the differentiation is happening because of argumentation.
I think that's what the main thing is.
I don't know how to resolve this as a chairperson, right?
Well, we can't resolve this.
Okay,
this has been a
really the resolution will only come with question asking.
That's where I disagree.
Well, you guys probably agree on 90% of things, right?
But the thing is, we can actually resolve this.
No, well, no, we
you
can.
You do have.
I've spoken to you at length, both of you, and you both 90% have the same perspective.
You just don't comply. That's the way to do it.
No, argument.
But I reckon
being argumentative is a guaranteed way to make sure that the other person is going to be on the back foot or the front foot.
That's true.
So
that's true. But when
we should do the opposite, if you think about give each other's arguments the most power that they could possibly have.
Well, yeah, but like if you look on the media, the mainstream media, they don't do that. They don't debate.
No, I'm just saying in terms of this podcast right now, and there are only 3 of us right now, and if there wasn't me, it would just be you and Peter, Nico and Peter, talking to each other aggressively.
So when
right?
when Peter when you were saying to me, Peter, it's like, are you comparing it to China? Like, we're not China, we live in Australia. I'm like, you're right, we do.
Yeah.
But when you think about this, right, the main thing that happens when a government starts to use authoritarian, draconian measures, and we live in a democracy, but at the same time, the mainstream state media is feeding you with propaganda bullshit.
Yeah, but China never pretended to be democratic, right? And that's a huge difference.
China
did they?
Well,
when did they pretend to be democratic?
Look, China have gone through many different reforms over the whole since the Maoist revolution, and one of the principal revolutions.
Mao Zedong, because he was great.
They've had. Well, yeah, great. But one of the things that he did do is when he got into power, after like a few decades of him being in power, the inner party started to turn against him because they didn't do what he wanted to do. But because he was still loved and revered by the people.
That's that's very common.
It's very common. But what he did to regain power.
Party you're talking about.
But what he did to regain power and to oust all of the inner party that had turned against him, he started a propaganda campaign in the universities and the schools.
Sure.
And then they all turned against the inner party and he executed all of them. And it's the same tactic that they're using against us here. They're feeding the state media with... Yeah.
Let's have a little bit of light relief, because I know what you're talking about, but let's have a little bit of light relief, because I've got another one about him, and we'll probably get a bit of feedback on this one as well. But back in the day, when he first took over, obviously they're a massive country, massive population, very poor in certain areas. He actually was he stimulated and almost invented the whole Chinese medicine regime. It's not as old as you think. So there was obviously, every culture has its things that they had, right? This will give you a big dick and this will make you live forever, whatever, It wasn't until he took over and he created, because he couldn't build enough hospitals in the rural areas. So he created Chinese herbal medicine, and so he basically made like shamans in each county, and then they could give people the bones of animals or the paws or whatever, and it was like a placebo effect for the whole country. In these really poor places that they couldn't build hospitals, and now they take bear paws and tiger penises and stuff like that. And, so anyway, that's an interesting one. I don't know if it's fully true or not, but it came from a fairly good source, I guess.
I think we should have a minute
it
of
could
silence
be.
for the tigers. That's
I
a
know,
terrible.
That's horrible.
Fuck.
Tigers.
No, seriously.
Mm.
No.
The worst is the bears, man. They get the.
Okay, I'll tell you what, right?
The bear bowl.
I'll tell you what. Do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know
tigers
in China,
and bears? Right? We should have minutes.
They sit the fucking bears in a cage, and they You there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I just cancelled it. They sit them in a cage and they put like a full-on like hypodermic needle, like a massive needle, like it's like 6 inches, into their pancreas, and it slowly drips bile out of the animal as they're sitting there living. And that bile goes to make you get a big dick or whatever.
Yeah, so those of you who are listening, this is the best way to torture your enemy.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know another? You know when people say that, trust the science, believe in the innovative science, which I do believe in innovative science research. But when people just say that and they believe that it's just like everything about it is the way forward, and it's not. Like it just isn't.
You know what? I probably came my argument for the night by even talking about that. But yeah, it's that's a truity as well.
In like, you know how they make, like how they started the research to make vaccines, or they still do it today. They use it from fetal matter.
Yeah, well, it's got smallpox. The original was smallpox, and they gave everyone cowpox.
They still do it now.
I love the way you said fetal matter.
That was an actual disease. They actually gave people
aborted babies
to stop smallpox, which was the worst disease. But
it was
the original.
So Nico, you're talking about fetal matter, as in aborted babies, as in a resource.
Yeah. But it's not like
no. It's
babies,
not babies,
like
man. It's eggs. They use eggs. Chicken.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not.
Go look it up. Look at the abortion laws in Australia. They can deliver a baby.
Man, vaccines. How do you reckon they get a billion at once? You reckon there's a billion fucking abortions?
No, wait. I'm concerned about this fetus situation.
It's a massive business.
Fucking
it's
horror
not true.
movie.
A massive business.
They use chicken eggs.
Wait. I'm curious about the fucking fetuses. Fetuses.
Okay, in Australia, right now,
chicken eggs to incubate it. It's an incubation process, and they need.
No, wait, Pierre. I want to hear about this diabolical scheme.
In Australia right now, right, the abortion law is the abortion rules are as follows, right? You can deliver a baby up to term, right, as long as the head doesn't fully come out of the mother, right? It's still classified as an abortion. It's true. What they do is they take a suction needle, right? They stick it in the back of the baby's head, and they suck out the brain. They suck out the brain, right? Then they take yes, because after they suck out the brain, it's considered medical waste. No, it's considered medical waste. Then they take the baby, they immediately cut it open, take all the organs out, and put them on dry ice.
So after what trimester are you talking about?
Well, how well said is that? No, fucking, you are the ultimate advocate, Nico, of the fucking, what's it called?
Abortion.
Yes.
Look, I believe you should be able to have an abortion, but I don't believe in that. I don't believe that.
But
that,
the way
that
you just
is the law in
described it
Australia right now.
is disgusting.
That's what it is, man.
What you
But
just said
because
was
you
the
don't
baby's just about to pop out of the mother.
You
And she
drill a
goes, right at the
hole in
last
its
minute,
fucking
she goes,
head.
right at the
induce
last
labour.
minute, she goes, oh, no, can you just suck the brain out of it, actually,
Yeah.
with that suction cup?
They induce
And they go, oh, yeah,
labour,
sure, I will.
right?
Yeah. They're like, oh, yeah, where's the baby's head? Oh, it's right there. It's almost sticking out of your fanny. I'll just put the suction cup on there and suck the brain out. All right, you ready?
That's what they do, mate. That's what they do.
Apparently, that is
If you think,
like
if
legal.
you think like some person who's having an abortion, who's in whatever circumstances she's in, is just gonna. That's what they do, mate.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, like it's what they do.
A post. What do you fucking call it? Like labor abortion.
That's like that's like aborting a 3-year-old. No,
well, not 3-year-old.
Like, oh, I'm gonna fucking abort him.
Well, no,
26
wait. Do we have a problem with this, Peter?
I do.
I just don't think that when the head's just about to stick out, that they put a suction cup on it and pull all the brain out.
No,
they do. They do. I'm telling you.
Do we have a
That's
problem?
what they do.
All right, like okay.
I do. I have
puts
a problem
the hand
with
up.
that.
You
I have a
hand
problem.
up.
I'm gonna put my video on. I'm gonna have a problem with this.
Peter puts his hand up. Nico puts his hand up. I'm saying.
I have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem.
But I don't think it happens.
You don't have a problem with that.
Oh, fuck yeah, it happens.
What do you mean? They put the...
It happens in the darkness of the fucking medical community. I'll tell you what.
Of course they do, mate. They sell. It's a big business.
Well, okay.
It's a massive business.
If you've had a child who's got medical issues, right, and they want to drain your brain out to just fucking go, you're dead before you're born.
This isn't medical issues.
Time period.
These are just people who want to have abortions.
No, I'm talking about post-abortion. I'm okay with it.
They pay people to do that.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Women who go to abortion clinics, they pay them to go to term, to go to 26 weeks to do that.
Wait.
Now this is real.
Wait. 26 weeks. You're struggling with my brain here. But I'm telling you, if a baby is going to have a bad life, fucking kill it.
Well, I agree with that too. But I don't agree with
you're a sadist.
Using
then.
it.
You're a sadist.
Using it to fund
I'm not
medical
sure if
research and a business.
I'm not sure.
I don't give a fuck about the whole research part of it.
I don't know how much it costs in Australia, but in America they charge $500 per organ, per baby organ.
What do you mean charge? They give you?
Like they sell it on a market, and they get
a market
all kinds of
well, it wouldn't be a market.
From China,
it'd be the insurance company. The insurance companies control the market, right?
Well, my disgust with myself has just amplified.
But there's no like it's not true. Like there's
I can make money out of my dead baby.
Listen, man,
you don't want to believe it. I'm not sure exactly, but
you don't want to believe it.
The thing looks like
you don't want to believe it. I understand.
Believe you.
It's difficult.
I believe
true,
you, and it's the worst fact I've ever heard.
It's true. It is true. They do.
I want to see a picture of the device.
They do it in Australia.
I want to see a picture of the device that.
No, you don't. Oh my god!
Why do you think the religious community gets so upset when it comes to abortion? It's because of this.
Because they're Christian. No, it's because of Christianity. Like it's
because they're religious.
But
it's
scripture.
They believe the book's real.
Yeah,
but only half of it.
Mate,
not all of it. Only half of it.
It doesn't matter
whether
you
of it's
believe
very
it's real or not. You know that hearing that's wrong.
I know. It does feel bad.
Yeah, but I don't think it's true though. Whether it's wrong.
No, we'll just discuss.
It is true. Check it out.
If you have
go
a
do
baby,
your own research. It's real.
Yeah.
So the head,
the
head's just about to pop out, and they put a suction cap on it and suck the brain out.
26 weeks.
What are you talking about?
That's the after 26 weeks they can do that up to a baby for 26 weeks to term before, like, within a pregnancy.
Okay, let me ask you this. At 26 weeks, what do you remember?
Mate, it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
They're doing
It
that
matters.
to
It
cause
matters.
to
It
make
matters.
to
You're
make money.
not really.
All right, so it's actually 24.
person.
In Australia, it's 24 weeks. But anyway, it's only 2
Okay.
weeks. So yeah.
So what the fuck do you care?
They do, yeah, but well, what do you care? Let's say this. What do you care? Why wouldn't you just say, okay, let's just abort sooner? Why would you do that to be like, okay,
some girls
we'll
don't
take
know.
you to 26 weeks?
Some girls don't know.
There are millions of reasons
that's the
why
maximum.
not.
No. 24 weeks is the maximum, dude. Some girls don't know.
I guarantee you there's going to be a vast multitude of mothers who are in that position who just don't give a fuck. They're just happy to get the paycheck.
No, they don't get money. I'm just saying.
They do. They do.
Well, let's just say let's eradicate that fucking paycheck bullshit.
It's a racket, mate. It's a racket.
Yeah.
It's a business.
No, okay. I didn't know anything about the money side of things. All right.
Even if there was no money, like, come on.
Well, no, we're talking about stray dogs.
Let's just say there was no money. Let's just say it was still 24 weeks, but it was no money.
We're talking about stray dogs, man.
Why would you want to contribute to that market? Because that's a black market.
No, I can tell you right
now.
There
are babies that come from all. Wait a minute. There are babies that come
poverty
from
produces poverty, mate, as well. You know.
No,
that's what I mean, though, man.
But that's where it's most needed.
They're not. Let's just assume, right? It goes to 24 weeks. What do they do after 24 weeks? Okay, look, we've got to suck out the brain. We've got to cut all the organs.
No, they don't abort. No, you have to have the baby after that.
I know, but what I mean is, why would you give that law 24 weeks, right? But then still allow a doctor.
That's the law. That's what the law is. That's what a law is. It's got to
get the fucking law, man.
You're not.
How are you talking about laws instead of morals?
You got parole of 3 years.
I object to the fucking.
You're not listening to my question.
Go on. Sorry.
You're not listening to my question.
Peter's not like.
You're not listening to my question. Let's just say, right, that 24 weeks was okay. I'm not okay with it, but let's just say everyone was okay with it.
I'm not particularly, right? Okay, so I'm not advocating for
I'm not okay with it at all, but let's just pretend that we are, just for this.
What about
hypothetical?
Okay, all right, yeah, carry on, sorry.
Right? So hypothetically, 24 weeks is okay, right? Why let, like, a business operate where you can take the organs and sell it on the fucking organ market? Well, it's just creating, like,
I didn't think that was a thing.
It's creating a racket of organs.
I didn't think that a baby, when it was eligible to be terminated, I'm going to use those words. I didn't think that they had viable organs that were able to.
It's a market, mate. There's a black market of that as well, and the majority of it comes from China and Asia, and they're taking kids from.
Nico, you're the only one. In fact, if I was the FBI, I'd be contacting you immediately.
If you actually want to go deeper, the FBI
knows so much about China.
You are the number one person in the world.
If you want to go deeper, if you want to go deeper, the FBI actually know and operate within communities of people online who actually pay people to do that, like black market. And what we're doing contributes to that, just like DVD piracy. There's a black market for it.
It's
Nico, true, mate.
No, wait.
True.
Nico,
it's true. It's so black market that it's
the most important information here is, Nico, you can hook me up with somebody who can replace my liver after all that drinking that I've done. Give me a baby liver.
That's where it's leading.
Yeah, give me a baby liver.
That's where it leads.
Well, I've never heard of anybody else who knows about this shit.
No, this is where the
You're
science,
the guy who knows.
leads.
I would love to get a
baby
hookup
organs,
with that.
Are all the baby organs viable donors? Are they like they're fine?
Give me a nice liver.
100%.
I want a nice little baby liver.
This is where the science leads, mate, because they take those organs. They don't only use them for surgeries. They take them, they put them in labs, they grow shit on them. They're trying to do that so that if you say, have a fucking liver failure and you want to get a liver transplant, then maybe one day the technology improves that much that they've killed that many babies.
Okay, so you're obviously on Reaper. You're obviously on Reaper, right? Reaper.
That's the science. If you think that is the right way to go,
you've modified your operating system to give you access to the dark web.
I think that is like a bad step in the wrong. That's a step in the wrong direction for humanity. It doesn't matter about science, whatever you say about science.
I just don't think I don't think that aborted babies at 24 weeks is sold by the FBI on the black market. I really don't.
No, what I'm telling you is the FBI know of black markets that do that.
Oh, they know about
also know that every government, including ours, contribute to it because we.
So who's selling it?
Like
the nurses in the abortion clinics? Are they selling the organs?
Well, if you think about the black market, you've got like China or the Russian mafia who just contribute to child trafficking.
But don't they just like give you party drugs at the club and then just put you in an ice bath?
Well, the other thing that happens is they actually pay people to just have kids and have abortions.
Yeah, right.
We contribute to that market.
They got to get all up to a certain level, and then they take the organs. I'm just not sure, man. Yeah, far out. I mean, you know what? I'm not saying nah, but like, wow.
That's the science, mate. That's what we do.
So the science
as a democracy leading into a technocracy. That's what we do.
Now, Nico,
whether you, yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Right.
Like, as far as I'm concerned, it's all wires leading down to this holistic perspective. But don't you dream of having a wife and a child and like settling down a white picket fence? You've got a limited amount of time.
Mate, I mean, I don't understand what the fascination is for people wanting to live forever.
No, it's not forever. It's the clinical understanding that we should all just
in my mind
have a wife and child.
If you at least look at all the developments, especially in biology and biotechnology and science and all of that, anything usually synthetic, right, that at least is contributing to like biology and health, generally doesn't work.
You can complain. Listen,
they don't survive.
Like pacemakers.
No, but you
pacemakers?
No. Wait.
Well, pacemakers is a mechanism that you get put in your body. It's not like cutting organs out of babies and experimenting on it to find fucking stem cell therapy and shit like that. Like, you're not talking about the same.
It happens
same
like that,
thing.
man. I don't think it's not sucking the back of babies' brains, man, to get stem cells.
Mate,
Peter is married.
It doesn't work like that.
You're not married.
Find out.
You want to find a permanent.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I haven't been in the evil laboratories, but
setup. But like you, Nico, you haven't found a wife that you want to have a child with. This is a completely teenage, and I'm including myself here. Like, I have not found a wife, right? Don't you feel like, at the end of the day, you want to just look after your kid?
Well, mate, no. I like. I'm concerned about, direction.
What happens to you right now if you had a kid? You would just drop this whole
thing. I wouldn't have one.
Well, you would.
I wouldn't have a kid right now.
Yes,
but
you
like,
fucking
what
would.
I'm saying is,
you would have a kid.
Mate,
you fucking talking about.
All right, well, we're getting off subject here.
No, we are getting
about my private life.
I mean, no. Private life is not relevant to this whole situation. I'm just saying, if there was no fucking future where you were the most important person, whereas your kid was the most important person, that is extremely different. And this is.
I don't.
What, you don't think this is relevant?
No.
No,
I don't.
Okay. No. I think you need to rethink that.
Well, I mean, we're talking about abortion at 24 weeks, right? I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about me wanting to have a kid. I'm not
obviously that particular subject is not relevant. I'm just talking about most of the topics you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. You want a better world. And it's noble. Like, I think even Peter, who's been arguing with you all night, would be.
I mean, you know that that's not right. Come on. I mean, you know that deep down.
Look, nobody wants a worse world, right? Nobody wants a worse world. Everyone wants a better world.
I don't want a worse world, but I want to be there if it ends. If it's going to end, I want to be there for that.
Yeah, but the other thing that I was trying to bring up
as long as it happens quick, I don't want to be for a slow zombie movie.
Is when people talk about the science.
What do you mean?
Like, well, look, man, I believe science can do good things, but it can do fucking hideous things as well.
Oh, but absolutely.
But we're just letting it ride.
Wait for fusion.
I think more bad things. I think more bad things than good things.
Can't wait for that.
I think more bad things than good things, to be honest. Like some of the things they're talking about now with like nanotechnology, chipping society, track and trace. That track and trace, mate.
I think about it.
Where that leads.
Always talk about the track and trace. I'm thinking if I get lost out in the bush, someone can track and trace me. How awesome is that?
But Peter,
okay, all right.
We're talking about
let me present you. Let me present you this.
Track and trace.
What do you think about getting like the government saying that when you have a kid, or right now, let's just say right now, the government say, okay, Peter, we've got to keep you safe. So we've got to, we've invented this new technology. It's called a quantum dot tattoo. Goes under your skin. It measures everything about your biochemistry, and it sends it all back to a database of the government. And you are tracked now. You are chipped.
I would highly think about it, to be honest.
What do you mean?
It sounds like
that's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. That's what they are doing. They've already invented it. What do you mean who? Like who? Like every major company that lobby government or work for government in defense, mainly DARPA being the principal one. I mean, you want to talk about Bill Gates? That's what the Gates Foundation have done.
Hey man, if I could get like new eyes, if I could get like contact lenses that tracked me everywhere.
We're not talking about. We're not talking about new eyes or
fucking bring it on.
Yeah, but we're not. Yeah, but we're not talking about that.
We're
talking about literally you. This is what
You're
they
talking
do
about one
animals.
technology. I'm talking about another. Why don't they cross over? Like what's
you're not happy with the government fucking monitoring.
Well, yeah, but like I mean,
but
maybe they
just
do.
Like they're just putting a micro dot in there to just track you.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Come on, man. That's what
I mean. Why are you happy?
You know this is
with that shit.
No, but it's not like okay. You're not going to get like it depends on the way you say it, right? So where did it come from? Is it
okay?
What's the microdot for, right? Is it
all
purely
right.
just to track you? All right, and no, we're not in a fucking prison camp or the fucking doldrums or whatever.
Yeah,
but no,
the potential for problems,
if it's
given that they have that accessibility.
All right,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. I'll present you the scenario that
I'm going to present.
You don't have to present anything.
Yeah.
It's just fucking like.
Okay. No, I'm presenting my microdot.
all pigs are equal except those who are not deserving of living, whatever the fuck it says in there.
What about if your microdot is medical and it alerts you? It'll send
that's exactly what it's being marketed as.
Fantastic.
Because that's what it is. It's called a quantum dot tattoo.
You don't want over information, and I mean, I'm sure it's not going to. A quantum dot's not going to have, and I'm sure it's not
happening.
Quantum,
it's already happening.
They're
already testing it.
Peter is tired. That's why he's letting this happen.
Quantum dot's a paradox, isn't it?
Peter, are you tired?
Well, I mean,
no.
They're already testing
you
that
are.
in the.
Why
in
the
the,
fuck
in
would
the
you
military.
subscribe to this shit?
Well, I'm 3 of the 7, man. So fuck.
You are definitely tired, and you're just giving in. That's ridiculous that you would just fucking say that.
Quantum dots, man.
I mean, come on, man.
Paradox.
You know.
You can't be a quantum and a dot at the same time. Quantum's too small for that.
You're never
You
gonna.
know that's what they want to do, man.
You're the opposite of this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about not letting go.
I want to see the argument from another point of view.
No, I'm saying that you should not you should not let freedom be hampered by some kind of rule.
Where's the lack of freedom from having health information given to you?
Okay, well let's
that sounds reasonable.
Let me present you with another scenario.
Carry on.
This is where it leads. You got this quantum dot tattoo, right? And it measures your biochemistry. It tells you whether you've got coronavirus, tells you whether you need a vaccine. It's also connected to your bank account. And it's all on one database with the government. You use it, you can pay with everything with this chip. It's all connected, everything. Smart life.
Sounds
smart
convenient.
House, smart life, smart medical. Right? What then?
I don't know. It just sounds very convenient. Like credit cards and shit.
It's convenient. Yeah. What about if, say, you get accidentally, and
I guess it's just the
someone
future.
said you committed a crime.
You know what? I don't want to be scared of the future because, like, that's what old people are. You should meet my Uncle Pat. He hates the future. He loves the present.
Like, I mean, the thing that scares me, mate, is when you talk about that stuff we talked about before. Those are decisions
I've seen Black
made
Mirror
by our
too.
government.
Yeah,
those are decisions made by our. I mean the baby.
But they're the ones we elect, and I know that sounds like a cliche as well. Like we elect them, and they're our totalitarian government. But in Australia right now, they're not, man. They're not. They're not. They're subject to public opinion.
They're not. Totally. They're not.
And I truly believe, man, I reckon we've done a good job, and it kind of proves it by the numbers we brought out before, like with the little numbers of people we have in ICU or whatever. We never got to the percentages, but like there's not that many people in hospital, but it's proven by the consensus of science and doctors that it's not a cool disease and it's easily transmittable, and just get vaccinated like you would for the flu.
Look, man, I didn't say anything about that. What I'm saying is my main worry is the laws that they're amending while this is all going on.
Yeah,
this is exactly what they did after 9/11.
I'm a little bit worried about that. Like, if what you said is true about those cyber laws, then okay, that's slightly worrying to me. Not fully, but it's slightly worrying to me. Like,
the thing that's more worrying to me is after 9/11, they did the same kind of laws. They did all of the same kind of shit. I know, but it was all in the because when you say 2004, right? That Cyber Act was amended in 2004, and it was all
from
related to terrorism and 9/11.
But obviously, it just gets updated with technology, like that's just the way. It's
not getting updated with technology.
Another funny anecdote. Just before 9/11, so I went to schoolies in Australia. We have schoolies, At the end of year 12, you go, like in New South Wales, you normally go up to Gold Coast. But anyway, me and my mates went to Bali, and this was 1998. So blah 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 blah. Went there for 2 weeks. It was fucking awesome. And we over there we bought heaps of BB guns, like fucking shitloads. Like I'm talking like we had fights every night, and you'd have like 5 or 6 pistols each. And then me and my mate went to the supermarket, like out of town one day, and we got these little AK-47 semi-automatic BB guns, which weren't very accurate, but they looked really mean. So we'd run around the fucking park shooting each other. Anyway, I brought all of them back with me in my suitcase on the carry-on. So it was like I had like 6 pistols and like this AK-47. That was all plastic, of course, but like on my carry-on, like in my Reebok bag. I remember it was a Reebok bag. And, that was pre 9/11. And like, holy shit, imagine if any of them were real and I had some kind of intent. And I was coming from Bali as well, like, and it was hectic there because it was like
but
half. That was before they kicked the out of Bali, so it was half. It was hectic. Like we got almost attacked.
Yeah, but the Cyber Act doesn't have anything to do with that.
Well, it kind of does because it's a translation of technology over time. Like things happen. That's why laws get introduced, man.
Well, no, but to improve security at an airport,
there's a reason
you have to be able to
on the freeway. I can drive 160. I'd be fine. But there's some fucking idiot that can't do it properly. So we've all got to drive at 110.
I agree with that whole driving at a certain speed thing. I think that everybody needs to
There's a law for everything, mate. It's because some fucking couldn't fucking
evaluated based on their
stricter
skill level.
I think stricter custom.
Sorry, go ahead.
When I see all those cyber terrorism acts getting passed, but then you actually see the statistics of terrorism after 9/11 and after the invasion of the Middle East, it all went up.
Yeah, but I think there's a battle at the moment between between the good guys and the bad guys, so to speak. Like I think the bad guys have almost an advantage.
The bad guys in fucking Afghanistan, they don't have a hope.
No, I'm talking close. I'm talking about cyber criminals, man. They could be your fucking next door neighbor. Like it could be your next door neighbor's nephew that's 16 years old and is just some mean motherfucker on the computer that just does some mean.
What does that have? What does that have to do though with being able to assume your Facebook identity and being able to hack someone's phone without a warrant?
Quite apparent, isn't it? Like obviously, if a 15-year-old kid hypothetically can be like a mad hacker of some sort, then and like anyone with that kind of brain or that kind of intent can do the same thing. So we need people to stop it. So
I disagree because
apparently all the banks. So okay, put it this way: apparently all the banks in Australia, like a Commonwealth Bank, I'm pretty sure, they hire their all of their like computer programmers are not all of them, but a couple of them are porn programmers, like from like top end porn sites because they were like the top end of the technology in terms of security and money processing and that kind of thing. So,
well, look, I do know one of my friends works for Moody's, right? That they're like one of the biggest data companies in the world. They set up all the bank securities.
Yeah, I've heard of Moody's. Yeah, well, is that connected to the bank? Is that Moody's bank?
Yeah. They set up all of their software, all of their securities on their software. It's all done by them. It's all done outsourced by another company. So, like, in relation to that, you're still talking about when we talk about the chip scenario. That's collating all someone's data, consolidating it into one area, into one database. That's more reminiscent of world government, not like keeping you safe.
But it seems that anyone can do that these days. Like given the time and the thought process, like you can achieve that.
Well, yeah, but that's why it's even more reason not to do that. Because you can just get anyone that can just fucking hack it. Like, what if that chip You know, if that chip's all related to your bank account and all of that shit, they just erase you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, but like, I mean, yeah.
And
all
all of those things, though, are all related to what you said. He said, well, it sounds convenient. Like, yeah, well, it's all related to convenience. But unfortunately,
well,
like,
there would have to be some
to be convenient,
you want something out of it. But then that's the thing about technology. It's like, you know what, we get roads so we can drive in the car. You know, like there's just, and I know it's another leap what we're talking about here, and I understand it. I'm talking about just physical things, but it's all technology, and it's, you know, the major technologies only happened in the last 20, 30 years, you know, really, like since the internet.
That's the even more worrying thing.
So it's concentrated.
We're starting with the technology's moving real fast.
Yeah.
And we're changing all these laws. We don't even know what it's going to do.
Well, that's right. That's right as well. And you can't blame people for that. You just have to trust in the, like,
I'm blaming
the people behind you. I mean, you know what? You can't always trust everyone, of course, but I trust. I live in Australia, and I trust the Australian government. And I know I'm not under the same circumstances as you, Nico. And that's That's really shit. And I really feel quite. I really, yeah.
Well, look, I did trust the Australian government, but now I don't.
Yeah.
I'm like,
no, you know what?
Shame.
I still gonna say I think that's a shame, because I think it's a short-term thing, and they're gonna sort it out. And I think even you'll get the choice to not have to be vaccinated, and it's still gonna be okay. You know what I mean?
The identify and disrupt law is the more major concerning thing to me. And when I see what happened in the UK with the UK Health Security Act there, that makes it even worse, because what happens in the UK and what happens in Australia and what happens in America eventually all happen together. Everyone knows that. It's been the same for the last 20 years, and it's just going to continue.
In many ways, yeah.
So,
well, I thank you all for your confession, because
that's globalization.
I am working,
and globalization is not a good thing. I don't believe
globalization
is a good thing at
our
all.
middle name, and therefore, if you look out your window, you'll see that we are sending probes out to kill anybody who disagrees with the system. And thank you for confessing. That's the end of your life.
Nice.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, pleasure. It was Nico. Pleasure, my friend.
Both of you.
You too.
I agree that you have had digressions away from the system.
Look, the thing is,
the system has decided.
I get upset because I know a lot of people who say that stuff to me. I know there's things that they say that deep down they know is not cool. But the thing is, there's such a blind trust to the system. It doesn't really take that much for the system just to turn against you. It's like, yeah, we don't live in China, and like, because I hear these analogies, I'll go to North Korea, and I'm like, yeah, all right, well, look, we can make those analogies, but at the end of the day, like, that still doesn't take away from the fact that, man, the system's fragile, man. It could I don't think it's that fragile, though.
Like we're not going to turn into a totalitarian state anytime soon, you know.
I honestly worry when people make that statement, because I believe it can. It's happened before. It's you know, we're going in terms of consolidation of government control, in terms of the laws that they're passing. Like, in terms of the laws that they're passing, that statement, like, it goes totally against the laws they're passing, because the laws they're passing are consolidating stuff together, which is history is true.
The laws might catch society, and then they can be taken on. You know, like, there's the whole prohibition argument. Then, you know.
That's what this is like. This is similar to this, Peter. Like, you know, Nico and I both have a friend who was arrested and put in the dock, and I can tell you right now, is a sinful place.
They believe you're guilty.
Amnesty International level fucking pain of the whole thing is like being buried alive vertically. And then he was sent to civil water jail with murderers and rapists.
Yeah,
And
that's cool.
this dude, all he did was protest against the vaccine.
He didn't even, he protested, but it wasn't like a protest where they were like, there was 12 people. They stood outside the Waverley Council building, 2 meters apart from each other with masks on and just stood there.
Yeah. I mean,
and
look,
man,
it's
like,
The worst part about it is that I knew him. It's
I'm
not
not cool
like
with that.
some foreign, like,
Yeah.
It's not the worst part about it, but from my perspective, the fact that he's so close to me, it affects me. You know what I mean?
That should make people worry, because one thing about, okay, you can say what you like about the protesters and whether they're doing the right thing or not. It really doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the one of the principal standings of being able to protest your government is the very symbol of democracy. It's like, if you disagree with them, they're not going to put you in jail. Whereas right now, like at least right here and now, if you protest, you're going to get arrested. If you post on Facebook about organizing a protest, the policeman's going to turn up your door and warn you not to go and protest. Now, that's extremely worrying to me, because honestly, I think that's already a law now. You can't debate that. So if they already can do that, Imagine, and that's literally happened in the space. Right. It took them less than a year.
At the same time, okay, all right. I've got to say, like, I'm thinking, like, in the near future, that's not going to be a thing, because people will just stop protesting, and they've tried to put a massive stance on it, because they've warned everyone. They've gone, COVID's a thing. This is what we think. Don't protest.
Yeah, but you can't stop people from protesting in a democracy.
Well, no, you can't. But they can have the civil way of doing it. There's a civil way of doing it.
Well, I mean, I can tell you, if you're protesting at the protest.
Right. You know what? Basically, okay. Yeah. Do you think if you're protesting in a country like this, do you reckon everyone just rocks up secretly without all the cops and everyone knowing, and you just rock up somewhere and do it, or would you liaise, like the leader of it, liaise with the council and go, okay, we're going to protest, we're going to do it down this section of the street. We're going to show what we're doing. Which one would you say is
absolutely not? Like, it's just rock up and do it.
Just rock up
rock up and do it. Yeah, well, that's the whole point. Like, you have to prove that what they're to tell the government, look, we can't vote now because of what's going on.
Aren't you just
we have to be able to voice our opinion, to cause disruption, to tell you that there is a massive amount of people. Man, the first protest in Sydney, right, there was 20,000 people there.
Yeah,
that's
and it was
not
organized.
a small amount of people.
It was organized.
That's not a small amount. Yeah.
There was police.
It gives people a voice.
Yeah. That's right. It did. Gave people a voice.
Let me ask you this: why are the anti-vaxxers appearing in such high number?
Because people like what? This isn't like a 6-month thing.
They're the guys that give us the 110 speed limit.
Like, in 2 years, when you lose everything you've got, man, like, what else is there to lose? You lose all your savings, you lose your business, you can't send your kids to university anymore. Like, you might lose your house. Like, I'm sorry, like, when you put it into that perspective, when you look at it from that viewpoint, it's like, I'm sorry, we live in a democratic country. I can go and protest that without having the police turn up on my door, even when I'm writing about it, protesting on Facebook. That's not right. There's no element of that contributes to any good thing in society. Nothing at all. And that's the problem, because now, even before all this AI and technology is implemented, we're already doing it. We've already passed laws to be able to do that.
How do you respond?
And laws don't get changed back.
No, wait. How do you respond to your gatherings in terms of fear. Like you've gathered, and then now we don't know if you're like infected.
Well, mate, like I don't know, like I don't. If I were to say that, I'd say, well, maybe the government should look and think what they have done to contribute people to actually just ignoring that there's a virus and going to do that, because they're not doing it because they want to get infected. That's the whole point of what a government has to look at when they look at, okay, this demographic of people, they're going out of their mind. Why? Well, they're going out of their mind because you fucked up the JobKeeper and they lost everything they had. You gave $22 fucking billion to the biggest conglomerates in Australia, and they're the only people that profited from this. And now you're telling them they're mandating construction workers, who the majority of those people, they're construction workers. Majority of those people, they're owning small businesses independently. And you're telling them, if you don't do all of this that we tell you, even after we fucked you for the last year, you're going to go to jail and you're going to lose everything you have.
And so why haven't you disappeared?
Well, you know why. I'm waiting for my papers and then I'm out of here.
No, but you have a high chance of being disassembled. Your voice is
well. I mean, I'm not
heard.
I'm not organizing
like,
protests.
Yeah. No, but you are.
I mean, I would if I didn't feel that there'd be consequences.
Your dissent has been registered, and if I was in charge of destroying,
come and arrest me.
No, you wouldn't be arrested. You'd be destroyed. You'd be like nothing. You'd be dust.
That's true. But
so
then that's
why
the
don't
monitoring
you?
thing, right? I mean, they can monitor us, but in reality, they can't monitor all of us because they just don't have the technology yet. But they do have it. They just have to implement it. But when they implement it, even this conversation will ping somewhere, and you'll get a fine.
I can tell you right now that there are only like 6 of you, right?
Like right now,
so
right? They can hack your Facebook and check if you're.
If I were to receive a $1 million donation,
yeah,
and they said, "Give me Nico," it'd be like,
man, you're wasted, Paul. I can't understand anything you're saying.
He's right there. That would be like we can. I'll be like, $1 million. $1 million, or I'll kill your family.
I can't understand what you're saying. You're too drunk.
No, you can understand.
Well, I can, but you're not making any sense.
Yeah, no, but you're like, the ultimatum is like you are in the firing line. That's okay. You're not in the firing line because this does not exist, all right? But
well, I mean, I'm
glad you felt the fear. I'm glad you felt the fear. Because
it will exist.
No, there is no fear. There is no fear.
Look, the way things are going, when all this mass AI becomes a thing, like a real thing that the government are just going to use all the time, just like they're already doing in China, because they are doing that in China. Like they're monitoring everyone, and there's a social credit system now.
That's what they want. Fuck, I'm a good actor.
Like, what do you think about that, Peter?
No, I'm impressed with my acting skills. No, I'm so impressed with my acting skills that I apologize to you. You have absolutely nothing to worry about.
What do you think about that, Peter? Though the social credit system.
No,
I don't think that should be a thing. No,
I was being an asshole.
No. So what if they start announcing that they want to do a social credit?
I gotta say, Peter,
I don't think it'll happen.
Peter and Nico, like just time out. Like I was being the darkest motherfucker I could probably be. And you can hear the slur.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna have to go to bed, gentlemen.
Yeah, me too.
I've just
Well, it
been
was
given
good
the whip.
speaking with you guys. Let's
Yeah,
do it again
no, you
soon.
too, guys. That was good. No, it was
We'll
good chat. Good chat. Yeah, and
We'll
Nico,
get-
man, I'm like seriously, man. To be honest, man, I'm really fucking. I feel for you, bro. I'm sorry that it's so.
Nah, it's all right,
Yeah.
man. Like I know I'm like getting like angry and losing it and shit, but it's just like everyone I speak to,
Yeah.
they're not in the same position, so it's just like
Well,
it's
that's
real
right.
hard.
You know, and yeah, and man, I might be fully blind to it, you know, just because I'm not there, you know. So it's
Hey, man,
yeah.
I wish I was fucking in Adelaide. I honestly do wish I was in Adelaide. Like I
Man,
fucking
not
wish I
everyone
was in
can come
Adelaide.
here.
It'd be great.
Not everyone can come here.
But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
No,
food
man,
for thought for
I
you as
hope,
well, mate, because
I
you grew
seriously
up
hope it
here.
improves. Yeah. I hope it
You know,
improves.
you
Yeah, I
grew
do,
up
man.
in, yeah.
My family's in there. My family's still in Sydney at the moment, and it sucks for them. But you know, my mum's retired, but my sister-in-law, they've got a new baby, and you know, it's pretty tough for them. They can work at home for a bit, but so it's not so bad, but it's still bad.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that your mum is going to be in round 2.
Oh, she'll have to make an appearance for sure.
She has to.
Oh no, I won't be there for that.
Yeah. Is this your auntie who works for ABC?
Yes.
Okay. I better not say anything about the media.
Not yet.
I should be right.
Afterwards, you can just smash the shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh well.
All right,
Thank you for,
look, guys,
thank you for staying awake so long, Peter.
Yeah, no, that was good chat, guys. Good chat.
You too, man.
So yeah,
Let's
we'll do it
soon.
again in the near future, I'm sure.
Yeah, man. All right.
All right, gentlemen.
All right,
You have
lads.
a good night.
All right. You too. See ya.
See ya. Bye.
All right.
Bye.